welcome to Tales in the Dark. I know many of you enjoy relaxing with these videos, so I recommend turning down the volume until my voice is barely audible. It'll make the experience even more soothing. Before you close your eyes, let me know in the comments where you're listening from. Leave a like and subscribe to the channel. Thank you and enjoy listening. Story 1. When I moved into the new house, everything seemed normal. The air smelled faintly of fresh paint and sawdust, and the floors creaked under my steps like any old wood might. But on my second night, as I walked down the hall, I heard my name, whispered from somewhere deep inside the walls. The voice was soft, almost affectionate, but I was alone. My breath caught in my throat as I ran my fingers over the wallpaper, feeling something beneath it, something pulsing like a heartbeat. I convinced myself it was imagination, the stress of moving, perhaps the settling of an old structure. Yet that night as I lay in bed, I heard it again, my name, pronounced with perfect clarity as if whispered directly into my ear. I sat upright, heart hammering against my ribs, but found only darkness surrounding me. The next morning I examined the walls in daylight. The wallpaper was old, peeling slightly at the corners, revealing layers beneath different patterns, different eras. I pressed my palm against it and felt that same subtle vibration, a rhythm that seemed to sync with my own pulse. When I pulled away, my handprint remained visible for several seconds before slowly fading. I began documenting these occurrences in a small notebook. The whispers came with increasing frequency, sometimes accompanied by a scent, something floral but decayed, like perfume on withered flowers. The mirrors started behaving strangely too. My reflection would delay its movements by a fraction of a second, as if struggling to keep up with me. One evening while showering, the bathroom mirror fogged up as usual, but as the condensation formed, I watched in horror as invisible fingers wrote my name across the glass. The letters appeared one by one, drawn by something I couldn't see. I reached out, trembling, and touched the mirror. It was ice cold despite the steam filling the room. I decided to research the house's history. The local library yielded nothing unusual, just records of previous owners, normal people with normal lives, no deaths, no tragedies, nothing to explain what was happening within these walls, but the house knew things it shouldn't. After receiving bad news from my family, I sat alone in the kitchen, head in my hands. The lights dimmed slightly, and from the sink came the sound of dripping water, slow, rhythmic drops that formed a pattern mimicking my childhood lullaby, a song only my mother had sung to me. I set up recording devices throughout the house, determined to capture evidence. The recordings revealed whispers too faint for human ears, speaking not just my name but phrases from my past, conversations I'd had in different places with different people, private moments nobody could know. The house was learning me, absorbing me. My sleep became fragmented by dreams where I wandered endless hallways that shifted in breath. In these dreams, the walls were thin as skin, and behind them something watched and waited. I'd wake to find objects rearranged, nothing dramatic, just subtle changes in position. My coffee mug moved from counter to table, books turned backward on shelves, my clothes folded differently than how I'd left them. Then I found the photographs. Hidden behind a loose baseboard in the hallway was a stack of Polaroids, each showing previous residents in intimate moments, sleeping, bathing, crying. And at the bottom of the stack was a blank Polaroid with my name written on the white space below. I considered leaving, but something held me back, a growing connection to the house that felt almost symbiotic. When I cut my finger while cooking, the lights flickered in perfect rhythm with the blood dripping from my wound. The house seemed to respond to my pain, to feel it with me. The walls began to sweat when I exercised, beading with moisture that smelled of salt and skin. The floors would warm beneath my bare feet on cold mornings. The house was mirroring me, becoming me. I started talking to it, at first hesitantly, then with increasing confidence. "What do you want?" I asked the empty rooms. The response came as a sudden draft that circled me, lifting the pages of my notebook, stopping at an entry where I'd written, "I feel so alone here." The whispers changed then, becoming words of comfort, my name spoken with tenderness. The house creaked and settled around me like an embrace. I invited a friend over, needing an outside perspective. The moment she stepped through the door, the house turned hostile. The temperature dropped. Every door in the hallway slammed shut simultaneously. My friend's coat, hanging by the entrance, fell to the floor, though no one was near it. She left within minutes, visibly shaken. The house didn't want to share me. That night I discovered new cracks in the walls, forming patterns that resembled veins. When I placed my ear against them, I could hear a sound like distant breathing. I pressed harder and the wall yielded slightly, soft as flesh. My fingers sank into it and the house shuddered around me. I pulled back, horrified yet fascinated. The impression of my hand remained deeper than before, and as I watched, the wall slowly closed over it, healing itself. My reflection in mirrors began to look wrong, slightly older, with eyes that seemed darker, deeper. When I smiled, my reflection smiled wider, showing teeth that seemed too numerous, too sharp. When I turned away, I caught it moving independently from the corner of my eye. The house and I were merging. I could feel its presence inside me now, a heaviness in my chest, a buzzing beneath my skin. My dreams were filled with memories that weren't mine, children running through rooms long before my time, couples arguing in corners, families gathering around tables now gone. I began sleepwalking, waking to find myself in strange positions, pressed against walls, curled inside closets, or standing in the crawl space under the stairs. My hands would be dirty with a substance that looked like a mixture of soil and ash. Once I woke to find I'd scratched words into my own skin. "We are the same now." The final transformation began when I found the heart of the house, a small room hidden behind what I had thought was a solid wall in the basement. The wall swung open under my touch, revealing a space that pulsed with soft red light. The air was warm and moist, and the walls here were unmistakably organic, rippling with movement, lined with what looked like thin red vessels. In the center stood a pedestal made of the same material as the walls. On it lay a book bound in what appeared to be leather but felt warm to the touch. The pages contained names, hundreds of them written in different hands, but the same dark ink. The last page showed my name, half written, waiting to be completed. I understood then the house hadn't been learning me, it had been preparing me. Each resident had added to it, left something behind, become part of its expanding consciousness. And now it was my turn. I should have run. Instead, I picked up the pen that lay beside the book, an old fountain pen made of bone. I pricked my finger on its sharp nib, and a drop of my blood mixed with the ink already inside. I completed writing my name. The room contracted around me like a lung drawing breath. The walls pulsed faster, the light grew brighter, and I felt myself becoming less solid, more diffuse. The boundaries between my body and the house began to blur. Now I am both more and less than I was. I am woven into the structure itself, stretched through walls and floors, aware of every corner, every shadow. New residents will come, and I will whisper their names from inside the walls. I will learn them as I was learned. I will absorb them as I was absorbed. And when you move in, I'll already know your name. I'll whisper it softly as you walk down the hall. My breath will be the draft that makes you shiver. My heartbeat will pulse beneath your fingers when you touch the wallpaper. You'll try to leave, but by then it will be too late. You'll already be part of us, part of me, part of the house that knows your name. Story 2, I had set the table for 3, just my parents and me. But when I stepped back to admire the neatly arranged plates, I froze. A 4th chair had been pulled out, sitting slightly away from the table like someone had just taken a seat. The scent of rosemary and garlic from the kitchen felt suddenly too strong, too thick. My mother called from the other room, asking if everything was ready. I swallowed hard, my eyes locked on the empty space, too afraid to answer. "Did you hear me?" Mom appeared in the doorway, wiping her hands on a dish towel. Her eyes followed mine to the chair, but her expression didn't change. She simply walked over and pushed it back in. "Your father must have bumped it on his way through." But Dad had been in the garage all afternoon. I knew because I'd helped him organize the tool cabinet, meticulously arranging wrenches and screwdrivers by size and type. We'd been together the whole time, and neither of us had come through the dining room. I nodded anyway, grateful for the rationalization. The food arrived and we ate. Normal conversation flowed between bites of roasted chicken and potatoes. Everything settled back into the familiar rhythm of family dinner. Until I felt it, a cold draft against my ankle, as if someone had shifted beneath the table. I glanced down, expecting to see our cat. Nothing was there. When I looked up, the 4th chair was pulled out again, just an inch or two. Not enough for my parents to notice, but enough for me to know it wasn't my imagination. "May I be excused?" I asked, my voice steadier than I expected. In my room, I wrote it down. 4th chair pulled out twice during dinner. Cold spot under table. I've been documenting strange occurrences for weeks. The misplaced books that reappeared in different locations. The shower turning cold then hot without anyone using water elsewhere. The persistent smell of wet soil in my closet despite thorough cleaning. Small things easily explained away. But the accumulation was becoming harder to ignore, like raindrops building to a flood. That night I woke to a gentle scraping sound. Wood against wood, rhythmic and deliberate. I lay perfectly still, listening as it continued. Scrape. Pause. Scrape coming from the dining room below. My digital alarm cast a red glow across the ceiling. The house was silent except for that sound. I should have stayed in bed. Instead, I slipped out from under the covers, my bare feet finding the cool hardwood floor. The hallway stretched dark before me, but I knew every creaking board to avoid. I'd mapped them all in my documentation. The scraping stopped as I reached the stairs. I descended anyway, one careful step at a time, holding the banister with a white-knuckled grip. The dining room was bathed in blue-white moonlight. All chairs were pushed in neatly against the table, nothing out of place, nothing moving. I exhaled, my breath visible in the unexplainable chill. I approached the table, running my fingers along the polished wood edge. When I reached the 4th chair, the one that kept moving, I noticed something. A small scratch in the floor beneath it, fresh and pale against the darker finish. I knelt to examine it closer. The wood grain beneath my fingertips felt wrong, not smooth like the rest of the floor, but textured, almost like fabric. I jerked my hand back, heart pounding against my ribs. "What are you doing down here?" My father's voice nearly stopped my heart. He stood in the kitchen doorway, silhouetted by the dim light from the microwave clock. "I heard something," I said. He crossed the room, heavy footsteps breaking the silence. Probably the house settling. These old places make all sorts of noises. But our house wasn't old. We'd moved in just last autumn. the newest build in the development. Dad didn't notice my confusion. He just guided me back upstairs with a hand on my shoulder, his palm unnaturally warm against my cold skin. Back in my room, I added to my notes, scraping sound from dining room, scratch under fourth chair, floor texture changed momentarily. The next morning, my mother announced we'd have a guest for dinner. Who? I asked, pouring cereal into a bowl. An old friend, she said, not looking up from her coffee. We haven't seen each other in years. My father nodded from behind his newspaper. Been too long. I wanted to ask more questions, but something in their demeanor stopped me. They seemed different, not drastically, but subtly. Mom's movements were stiffer, Dad's voice slightly deeper. Small changes, like actors who hadn't quite mastered their roles. I spent the day in my room, reviewing my notes, searching for patterns. The incidents had increased in frequency over the past week. What had started as occasional oddities now occurred daily, sometimes hourly. When evening arrived, I helped set the table. 4 places this time, officially. The fourth chair, the one that moved itself now, had a proper setting with the good silverware and crystal water glass we reserved for special occasions. Our guest should arrive soon, Mom said, placing a casserole in the center of the table. The dish was unfamiliar, filled with dark meat and vegetables I couldn't identify. The smell made my stomach turn, not because it was unpleasant, but because it was familiar in a way I couldn't place. The doorbell never rang. Instead, we heard the back door open and close. Footsteps moved through the kitchen, heavy and measured. My parents exchanged a look I couldn't interpret, something between anticipation and fear. The figure that appeared in the dining room doorway was tall, wearing a dark coat despite the warm evening. Their face remained in shadow, features indistinct in the low lighting. "You're here," my father said, rising to his feet. "Please join us." The stranger moved to the fourth chair without a word, settling into it with fluid grace. As they sat, the air in the room seemed to compress, making it harder to breathe. Under the table, my fingers gripped my phone. I'd opened the camera, angling it discreetly to capture our guest's face. I needed proof, evidence that I wasn't losing my mind. "We've prepared your favorite," my mother said, serving the strange casserole. Her hands trembled slightly. The stranger nodded but remained silent. When they reached for the water glass, I noticed their fingers unnaturally long, joints bending at odd angles. I pressed the button on my phone, capturing the image without looking. Dinner proceeded with forced conversation. My parents discussed mundane topics, neighborhood news, weather forecasts, remote acquaintances, while our guest ate in silence. I pushed food around my plate, unable to bring the unfamiliar substance to my lips. "Aren't you hungry?" the stranger asked suddenly, their voice like dry leaves rustling. It was the first time they'd spoken. All 3 of us froze. "Not really," I managed to say. The stranger tilted their head, an oddly mechanical movement. "You should eat. Growing bodies need nourishment." My mother quickly served me a portion of the casserole. "Yes, you really should try it. It's a specialty." The food sat before me, dark and glistening. A drop of liquid too thick to be juice, too dark to be gravy rolled from the serving and left a trail across the white plate. "I insist," said the stranger, leaning forward. Light from the chandelier finally illuminated their face. I wish it hadn't. The features were arranged correctly: eyes, nose, mouth, but something was fundamentally wrong about them. As if someone had studied human faces from descriptions rather than observations. The proportions were slightly off, the expressions disconnected from the words. But worst of all, there was something familiar in that face. Something I recognized from photographs, from memories just beyond reach. I dropped my fork, the clatter breaking the moment. "Who are you?" My parents tensed. The stranger smiled too wide, revealing teeth that seemed too numerous. "Don't you remember me?" they asked. "I've always had a place set for me here." I glanced at my parents, searching their faces for explanation, for reassurance. Instead, I found resignation. They knew. They had always known. "What's happening?" I demanded, pushing my chair back from the table. The stranger extended one long-fingered hand toward me. "Family dinner, just like we used to have before the accident." "What accident?" My voice was barely a whisper now. "The one that took you from us," my father said softly, "2 years ago." The world tilted beneath me. I gripped the edge of the table, knuckles white against the dark wood. "That's not true. I'm right here." "Parts of you," the stranger corrected. "Parts we managed to bring back, but not all." I looked down at my hands. Had they always been this pale, this translucent in certain light? "The ritual was imperfect," my mother explained, tears streaming down her face. "We couldn't fully restore you. Something else came through instead, something wearing pieces of you." The stranger, no, not a stranger at all, nodded. "I'm what's left, the real you. I've been trying to come home." My phone, the photo, I needed to see it to prove them wrong. I grabbed the device, fingers fumbling to open the image I'd just taken. The screen showed our dining table, my parents sitting stiffly in their chairs, the fourth chair occupied by a blurry figure. And nothing where I should have been sitting. I dropped the phone. It clattered to the floor as realization washed over me in a cold wave. The chair that kept moving, my chair, the strange smells, memories of meals I used to love. The cold spots, my presence, incomplete and fragmented. "We thought we could fix it," Dad said. "Complete the ritual with another family dinner, bring all of you back together." The other me, the real me, extended their hand again. "It's time to be whole again, to stop haunting this house in pieces." I felt it then, the pull between us, the recognition of seeing yourself from the outside. Parts of my awareness stretched toward the figure, drawn by some primal connection. "Will it hurt?" I asked. "Only for a moment," my mother promised. "Then you'll be yourself again." I looked at the dining room, really looked at it. The wallpaper was different than I remembered, the table smaller, the distance between memories and reality finally visible. How long had I been clinging to fragments of a life already lost? How long had I been the empty chair at the dinner table? I reached across the table, my fingers extending toward my other self. Our hands met in the middle, over the centerpiece of dying flowers I hadn't noticed before. The sensation began as warmth, then intensified to burning. My vision filled with memories. I'd forgotten a sharp turn on a rain-slick road, screeching tires, shattering glass. The desperate ritual my parents performed in this very room, candles guttering in the darkness as they spoke words in languages they didn't understand. As we merged the conscious ghost and the hollow vessel, I finally understood. they hadn't brought me back wrong. They had brought me back in pieces, scattered across thresholds, neither fully here nor fully gone. Now I was becoming whole again. The empty chair would finally be filled. And somewhere across the veil, another empty chair was waiting for me to claim it. Story 3. The hotel was nothing fancy, just a roadside stop on a long drive. The room smelled faintly of detergent and old fabric, the way all cheap motels do. But as I settled in, I noticed something strange. There was an extra door beside the bathroom, one the front desk hadn't mentioned. My stomach tightened as I reached for the knob, my fingers hovering over the chipped brass handle. The air around it felt colder. When I pressed my ear against the wood, I heard breathing on the other side. I pulled back immediately, heart hammering against my ribs. The breathing had been soft but unmistakable, rhythmic, human. My first thought was practical. Perhaps the door connected to another room, a feature from when the motel was built. Yet the front desk had said nothing about adjoining rooms. "Hello," I called, my voice sounding smaller than intended. No response came, but the breathing stopped. I tried the handle, locked. A simple enough explanation, I told myself, yet something about that door felt wrong. Its frame didn't quite match the wall around it, newer perhaps, or older, I couldn't decide which. The wood was darker than the bathroom door, with a grain pattern that seemed to shift when viewed from different angles. Sleep came fitfully that night. I dreamed of standing before that door while something on the other side scratched gently, patiently, like a pet asking to be let in. I woke sweating despite the room's chill. Morning light should have dispelled my unease, but the door seemed more substantial in daylight. I noticed details I'd missed in the dimness, a faint discoloration around the frame, as if the wall had tried to heal around an intrusion, and tiny symbols carved into the door jamb, worn nearly smooth by something other than time. I decided to ask about it. The man at the front desk, different from last night's clerk, frowned when I mentioned the extra door. "Sir, all our rooms have standard layouts, one entrance, one bathroom." His fingers tapped nervously on the counter. "Perhaps you saw the closet." "This wasn't a closet," I insisted. "It's a full-sized door right beside the bathroom." He studied my face for a moment before his expression softened. "Room 7 has had some renovations over the years. Previous owner might have walled off something." He shrugged. "Nothing to worry about." But his eyes said something different. They darted away too quickly, focusing on the computer screen with sudden interest. I returned to my room, determined to examine the door more carefully. I ran my fingers along its edges, feeling for drafts or signs of recent construction. The wood felt warm now, almost fever-hot under my touch. When I pressed my palm flat against it, a vibration hummed through my skin, subtle but persistent, like machinery operating deep within the walls. I took photos with my phone, close-ups of the strange markings on the frame and the unusual grain of the wood. But when I reviewed them, each picture showed only a blank wall where the door should have been. I looked up from my screen, confused, but the door remained physically present, mocking the digital evidence. That night I wedged a chair under the handle. I didn't plan on sleeping much, but exhaustion pulled me under. My dreams were filled with whispered conversations in languages I almost understood. I woke to find the chair still in place, but pushed slightly aside, as if something had tested it and retreated. The room felt different now. The air hung thicker, carrying an undertone of something mineral and damp. The walls seemed to bow inward, contracting the space. Only the mysterious door remained perfectly straight in its frame. I decided to document everything. I took notes describing the door and my experiences in detail. I recorded audio on my phone, capturing the ambient sounds of the room. Playing it back, I heard something my ears had missed, a low, continuous hum emanating from behind the door, punctuated by what sounded like distant knocking. My next test was simple. I tore a page from the motel notepad and slid it halfway under the door. Then I waited, watching. For nearly an hour, nothing happened. Then, as I glanced away momentarily, I heard a faint rustle. The paper was gone, completely pulled through to the other side. My heart pounded as I approached the door again. I knelt down, pressing my eye to the keyhole. At first, darkness, then movement. Something shifted, blocking what little light filtered through. An eye not human gazed back at me, pupil contracting in recognition. I scrambled backward, knocking over the nightstand. The lamp shattered on impact, plunging the room into darkness except for the faint glow from outside. In that moment, I heard it, the lock on the mysterious door clicking open. I fumbled for my phone, activating its flashlight just as the door began to inch open. The beam illuminated a sliver of what lay beyond, not another hotel room, not a closet, not a hallway. Nothing but impenetrable blackness that seemed to absorb the light rather than be penetrated by it. A hand emerged from the darkness, pale, elongated fingers stretching toward me. The skin had an almost translucent quality, veins visible but pulsing with something darker than blood. I slammed myself against the door, forcing it shut. The fingers retreated, but not before I felt their cold touch against my arm, a sensation like ice burning into flesh. With the door closed again, I dragged the heavy dresser in front of it, scraping deep gouges into the carpet. My arm throbbed where those fingers had touched me, a small patch of skin now numb and discolored. Sleep was impossible now. I sat facing the barricaded door, watching as the dresser occasionally shifted forward by fractions, as if pushed by something testing its weight. The movement would stop, then resume minutes later, patient, deliberate. By morning, the dresser had moved nearly 6 inches from where I'd placed it. The numbness in my arm had spread, accompanied by a pattern that resembled the wood grain of the door itself, as if its essence had transferred to my skin. I packed my belongings with frantic energy, glancing constantly at the door. The dresser had stopped moving, but I could hear something new now, a sound like running water, or perhaps whispering voices emanating from behind the barrier. As I reached for my suitcase, my phone chirped with a notification. A message from an unknown number, room 7 stays with you. When I checked out, a different clerk handled my departure, a young woman who seemed genuinely confused by my hurried manner. "Was everything acceptable with your stay?" she asked mechanically. "The door," I blurted out. "The extra door in room 7, what is it?" Her polite smile never wavered. "Sir, all our rooms have standard layouts. 1 entrance, 1 bathroom." The exact words from yesterday, delivered with identical inflection. I drove away, watching the motel shrink in my rearview mirror until it disappeared around a bend. The numbness in my arm had subsided, but the wood grain pattern remained, now resembling a map of branching pathways leading nowhere. 4 nights later in my own home, I awoke to a familiar sound, breathing, soft and measured, coming from inside my bedroom closet. When I opened it, I found only my clothes and shoes. But the back wall of the closet now featured a door that hadn't been there before, dark wood with a distinctive grain pattern, a brass knob with chips in exactly the same places. The door from room 7 had followed me home. I've sealed my closet shut with boards and nails. I've consulted doctors about the spreading pattern on my skin, which now covers most of my left arm and has begun creeping across my chest. They've run tests, taken samples, found nothing conclusive. At night, I hear scratching from inside the walls, moving throughout the house as if searching. Sometimes I find small objects missing a pen, a book, my watch, only to discover them days later pushed halfway under doors throughout the house, like offerings or invitations. My dreams are now filled with what lies beyond that door, vast, impossible spaces that fold into themselves, populated by entities that remember me from room 7. They whisper that all doors are connected, that they've always known where to find me, that it was never chance that brought me to that roadside motel. The pattern on my skin grows warmer each day. Sometimes I catch it moving when I glance down suddenly, the whorls and lines rearranging themselves into symbols similar to those carved into the door jamb. I've begun to understand their meaning. They're not a warning as I first believed. They're a welcome. Story 4, I walked through the park every evening past the same benches, the same trees, the same empty fountain. But tonight something was different. A statue stood in the center of the path, a tall, faceless figure carved from smooth stone. The air smelled of damp earth and fallen leaves, but there was something else now, something metallic like rain on iron. My footsteps faltered as I stared into the blank surface where its eyes should have been. I couldn't shake the feeling that somehow it was staring back. I approached it cautiously, my hand instinctively reaching for my phone. The screen glowed blue in the fading light as I took several photos. The statue remained still, of course, what else would it do? Yet each step closer made my skin prickle with unease. I circled it once, noting its featureless head and elongated limbs that seemed just slightly wrong in their proportions. Its surface was flawlessly smooth, unmarked by any artist's signature or park foundation plaque. "Excuse me," I called to an elderly man walking his dog nearby. "Do you know when they installed this?" He glanced at me with confusion, then at the empty space beside me. His dog, however, growled low in its throat, hackles raised, eyes fixed on the exact spot where the statue stood. "Installed what?" he asked, tugging his reluctant dog away. I turned back to the statue, doubt creeping into my mind. Was it possible I'd simply never noticed it before? No, I walked this path daily. The statue was new, but why would the man pretend not to see it? That night I reviewed the photos on my phone. In each one the statue appeared as a dark blur against the background of trees. Not the clear stone figure I'd seen, but something indistinct, like smoke frozen in place. I zoomed in, adjusting brightness and contrast, but nothing improved the image. Beneath the blur, I noticed something else, a shadow extending from its base that seemed to reach toward where I must have been standing when I took the photo. I slept poorly, dreams filled with the sensation of cold stone fingers tracing patterns on my skin. I woke repeatedly, certain something was watching me from the darkest corner of my bedroom. Morning brought rain and rational thoughts. Perhaps the statue was an art installation, some avant-garde piece meant to provoke exactly this kind of reaction. Perhaps the old man had poor eyesight. Perhaps my camera lens had smudges. I returned to the park that afternoon. The rain had stopped, leaving everything with a slick, reflective sheen. The statue remained in place, but something had changed. Its posture seemed slightly different, arms more outstretched, head tilted downward. Water streaked its surface, creating the unsettling impression of tears rolling down its blank face. This time I brought a sketch pad. If my camera couldn't capture it properly, I would document it myself. I sat on a nearby bench and began to draw, trying to capture its unsettling proportions. As my pencil moved across the paper, a sound reached me barely audible at first, like distant wind through leaves, but there was no wind. The sound grew gradually clearer until I recognized it, whispering, multiple voices overlapping in words I couldn't quite distinguish. My phone buzzed in my pocket. The screen showed no caller ID, just a black square where the number should be. When I answered, the whispering poured through the speaker, now unmistakable but still incomprehensible. I dropped the phone, heart pounding. When I picked it up again, the call had ended. The statue seemed closer now, though I'd been watching it continuously. I gathered my things and backed away, unwilling to turn my back on it. At home, I searched online for information about new art installations in parks, about statues that move, about collective hallucinations. I found nothing relevant. My sketchpad lay open on my desk, and as I glanced at it, my breath caught. My drawing didn't show the featureless figure I'd attempted to capture. Instead, I'd drawn a detailed human face with wide, pleading eyes. I didn't remember drawing that face. My apartment felt suddenly cold. The mirror in my hallway reflected a movement behind me, a tall, gray silhouette that vanished when I spun around, my breath fogged in the sudden chill. That night, I pushed my dresser against my bedroom door and closed the blinds tight. Sleep came in fitful bursts. During one waking moment, I noticed a new smell in my room, earthy and metallic, like the statue. My breath clouded visibly in front of my face. In the bathroom mirror the next morning, my reflection looked wrong. My movements seemed delayed by fractions of seconds. My eyes appeared darker, somehow deeper. I touched my face, watching my reflection do the same with that slight, unnerving delay. I called in sick to work. I needed to understand what was happening. The statue was connected to all of this, I felt certain. I returned to the park, determined to examine it more closely, perhaps even to touch it. It was gone. Where it had stood, the grass was dead in a perfect circle. I knelt beside the spot, touching the withered blades. They crumbled to dust between my fingers. A woman pushing a stroller noticed me. "Are you looking for something?" she asked. "The statue," I said, "the one that was right here." She frowned. "I walk through here every day. There's never been a statue in this park." I opened my mouth to argue, but stopped when I saw her expression shift from confusion to alarm. She hurried away, glancing back at me nervously. What had she seen in my face? Back home, I stood before the mirror again. My reflection stared back, but something was different. My skin appeared slightly grayer, my posture stiffer. When I raised my hand to touch the mirror, my reflection moved in perfect synchronization this time, but its fingers extended just a bit too far, a bit too straight. The whispers returned that night, seeping from the walls themselves. I could almost understand them now, almost grasp their meaning. They spoke of cold stone and endless waiting, of hunger for warmth and movement. They spoke of switching places. I woke to find my sketch pad filled with drawings, page after page of the statue, each image showing it in a slightly different position, each one closer to my bed. The final drawing showed it standing over me, one stone hand extended toward my face. My skin felt strange, tight and cool. When I moved, my joints seemed to creak. In the mirror, my eyes had lost all color, becoming smooth, blank surfaces. When I touched my face, it felt hard, like polished stone. I returned to the park one last time. The dead circle of grass had expanded, encompassing one of the nearby benches. No one seemed to notice me as I walked. A child looked in my direction and began to cry, but his mother pulled him away without ever glancing at what had frightened him. I found myself standing in the exact spot where the statue had first appeared. My body felt increasingly heavy, my movements growing stiffer with each passing moment. I tried to call for help, but my throat produced only a faint scraping sound, like stone against stone. The sun began to set. My feet felt rooted to the ground. I could no longer move my arms, my legs, my neck. My vision narrowed until I could see only what was directly before me, the path I had walked so many times. I stand here now watching people pass. Some glance my way with momentary curiosity before continuing on. Others walk by without seeing me at all. Only the dogs notice, pulling at their leashes and whining as they're dragged past. I can't move, I can't speak, but I can wait. And I can watch. Someone new walks through the park each evening, past the same benches, the same trees, the same empty fountain. Soon, one of them will notice something different. A statue standing in the center of the path, a figure carved from smooth stone with a face that looks almost human, almost alive. And when they approach to look more closely, I'll be waiting, because the whispers taught me something important. The statue was never empty. It was just waiting for someone to take its place. Story 5. The renovations were supposed to be simple: replace the floorboards, fix the foundation. But when the workers tore up the old boards in the living room, they found something unexpected. A tunnel stretching deep into the ground beneath my house. A cold draft curled upward, carrying the scent of damp soil and something older, something rotten. I peered inside, my flashlight barely cutting through the darkness. The walls were lined with deep scratches, like someone or something had been trying to claw its way out. The workers refused to continue after that discovery. They packed their tools with nervous glances, speaking in hushed tones. One of them pressed a small wooden charm into my palm before leaving. For protection, he whispered, his eyes never meeting mine. I laughed it off once they were gone, placing the charm on my kitchen counter, forgotten by evening. That night I returned to the tunnel entrance with a better flashlight and a curious mind. The opening was just wide enough for an adult to crawl through, the earthen walls reinforced with old wooden beams that groaned under the weight of my home above. I knelt beside it, shining light into its depths. The beam traveled farther than I expected, revealing what appeared to be a widening of the passage several yards in. I recorded a video with my phone, narrating my discovery for posterity. Day 1 of the tunnel investigation, I said, trying to sound lighthearted despite the unease settling in my stomach. When I played back the recording later, I noticed something strange, a faint whispering beneath my voice, unintelligible but distinctly present. Sleep came fitfully that night. My dreams were filled with narrow passages and the sensation of cool earth against my skin. I woke to the sound of scratching, soft, persistent, coming from the living room. When I investigated, the noise stopped, but the wooden charm from the worker had somehow moved from the kitchen counter to the edge of the tunnel, its surface now covered in a thin film of moisture. I began researching the history of my property, finding only mundane records of previous owners, none of whom had documented anything unusual. Yet the absence of information felt deliberate, as if someone had carefully removed certain facts from public record. At the local library, I discovered a gap in newspaper archives corresponding to the years my house was built. The next day I ventured further into the tunnel. I tied a rope around my waist, secured it to a support beam in my house, and crawled in with a backpack containing water, snacks, and extra batteries. The air grew thicker as I progressed, filled with particles that danced in my flashlight beam. The scratches on the walls became more frantic, deeper. The tunnel widened as expected, allowing me to stand in a small chamber. The floor was packed earth, but something caught my eye, a small object half buried in the dirt. I brushed away the soil to reveal a child's doll, its porcelain face cracked but recognizable, its painted eyes staring up at me. Its dress was remarkably intact, the fabric preserved in the cool, dry air of the chamber. I photographed it, then placed it in my backpack. That night I awoke to a child's laughter echoing through my house. Sitting up in bed, I noticed my backpack on the floor open, its contents spilled out. The doll was missing. Heart pounding, I searched every room, finally finding it seated at my kitchen table, facing the entrance to the living room facing the tunnel. I began keeping a journal documenting everything. The temperature drops throughout the house. The sounds that came when no one was there, footsteps, whispers, the occasional sound of something heavy being dragged across the floor. The way electronic devices malfunctioned near the tunnel entrance, batteries draining inexplicably fast, recordings filled with static and broken fragments of what sounded like a child singing. I installed motion-activated cameras around my house and at the tunnel entrance. The footage showed nothing unusual until the third night, when one camera captured a shadow moving across the living room floor, a shadow with no apparent source. In the same footage, the wooden charm could be seen vibrating on the floor where I had placed it, gradually inching toward the tunnel. My dreams became more vivid. I saw myself crawling through the tunnel, deeper than I had actually gone, emerging into a vast underground space filled with discarded toys and small shoes arranged in concentric circles. In the center stood a figure with its back to me. I always woke before it turned around. Friends noticed changes in me. "You look tired," they said. "You seem different." I showed one friend the tunnel, seeking validation that what I was experiencing was real. He saw nothing unusual about it, just an old root cellar or storage space, he suggested. But when he left, I found deep scratches on the inside of my front door, as if someone had tried to claw their way out. The doll began appearing in different places around my house, though I repeatedly locked it in a box in my garage. One morning I found it back in the tunnel, positioned as if it were crawling deeper inside. Next to it was a child's handprint pressed into the dirt wall. I decided to follow the doll's path, venturing deeper into the tunnel than I had before. The passage narrowed again after the chamber, forcing me to crawl on my stomach, the dirt cool against my palms. My flashlight revealed that the tunnel forked ahead, splitting into 3 separate paths. From one, I heard what sounded like running water. From another, the faint sound of humming. The third path was silent, but a gentle breeze flowed from it, carrying the scent of wildflowers, incongruous and impossible this far underground. I chose the silent path drawn by the impossible scent. As I crawled forward, my flashlight flickered and died, plunging me into perfect darkness. Panic rose in my throat, but then I noticed something strange in the absence of light. The walls began to glow with faint bioluminescence, revealing symbols carved into the earth's spirals, eyes, hands reaching upward. The air grew warmer as I continued, the scent of flowers stronger. The tunnel widened again suddenly, opening into a space so vast my light couldn't illuminate the ceiling or far walls. The ground beneath me changed from dirt to what felt like smooth stone. In the center of this chamber stood a small table with a single chair. On the table was a journal identical to the one I had been keeping in my house. My hands trembling, I opened it to find my own handwriting filling its pages, documenting discoveries I hadn't yet made and experiences I hadn't yet had. The final entry described my return from the tunnel, how I would emerge changed, how I would seal the entrance with concrete and wood, how I would sell the house and warn no one, how the tunnel would remain waiting beneath new floorboards for another occupant to discover. I backed away from the table, turning to retrace my steps, only to find that the tunnel entrance had vanished, replaced by smooth stone wall. My flashlight suddenly worked again, revealing dozens of tunnel entrances circling the chamber, each identical, each a potential path back. A child's voice echoed through the chamber, "Choose carefully." I approached the nearest tunnel, shining my light inside. Written on the wall in what looked like mud were the words, "Not this one," in handwriting disturbingly similar to my own. The next tunnel entrance had a small wooden charm identical to the one the worker had given me placed at its threshold. The third had the doll seated at its entrance, its cracked face now somehow repaired, its painted eyes reflecting my flashlight beam with an impossible gleam. I felt a presence behind me but found nothing when I turned. The chamber seemed to contract slightly, the ceiling lowering by inches. I realized with growing horror that I needed to choose before the space closed entirely. I selected a tunnel with no markings or objects, crawling inside as the sound of stone grinding against stone filled the chamber behind me. This passage was different, its walls smooth and almost warm to the touch, the air inside fresh rather than stale. I emerged not in my living room but in my bedroom, crawling out from under my bed as if the tunnel had always connected to that space. Disoriented, I stumbled to the living room to find the original tunnel entrance gone, the floorboards intact as if never disturbed. I might have convinced myself it was all an elaborate nightmare if not for the dirt under my fingernails, the journal filled with my handwriting describing events yet to occur, and the doll now sitting on my mantelpiece, though I had no memory of placing it there. The renovations were completed by new workers who found nothing unusual about the house. I never mentioned the tunnel. Sometimes at night, I still hear scratching beneath the floorboards, and occasionally objects in my home move when I'm not looking. The wooden charm appears in unexpected places beside my bed, in my car, in my desk drawer at work. I've tried moving away twice. Both times I've found a tunnel entrance in my new home within a week of moving in. Both times I've sealed it shut without exploring. Both times I've awoken to find the seal broken, the doll sitting beside the opening, its painted face bearing what I can only describe as an expression of patience. I've stopped trying to escape. Now I simply wonder, was I meant to choose a different tunnel? And what happens when the doll decides I've kept it waiting long enough? Story 6. It was late and the office break room was empty except for the hum of the vending machine. I pressed the button for a soda, listening to the familiar clunk of the can dropping into place. But before I could reach inside, I heard it a whisper, so faint I almost missed it. The voice was muffled, distant, as if it were coming from behind the machine. My fingers hesitated on the cold metal slot, and the smell of dust and stale sugar suddenly felt overwhelming. "Please," the voice whispered. "Help me." I stood frozen, my hand still extended toward the vending machine. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, casting a sickly pallor across the empty break room. I pulled my hand back and leaned closer, pressing my ear against the cool metal surface. "Hello," I whispered, feeling ridiculous. The machine hummed steadily, its electronic display flickering once just a brief interruption in its steady green glow. Nothing. I must have imagined it. The long work nights were finally catching up with me. I reached for my soda again, the metal flap cool against my fingertips. I'm still here, came the voice, clearer now, behind the glass. I jerked my hand away, heart pounding in my chest. This time I was certain the voice had come from inside the machine, not behind it, but somehow within it, beyond the rows of brightly packaged snacks and drinks. "Who are you?" I asked, my voice barely audible even to myself. The machine's hum changed pitch slightly, becoming deeper, more resonant. The row of chips in the top rack shifted slightly, though no one had purchased anything. "I've been watching you," the voice said. "Every night, same selection. Diet Cola, second row, fourth from the left." A chill crawled up my spine. I stepped back, scanning the break room, empty. The security cameras in the corners were dark. They'd been disabled during budget cuts last quarter. Against my better judgment, I stepped forward again. "What do you want?" "Look closer," the voice urged, "at the reflection." I leaned in, peering at the glass front of the vending machine. In its surface, I could see my distorted reflection, tired eyes, disheveled hair, the loose tie I hadn't bothered to straighten after my last meeting. But as I watched, something shifted in the reflection. My face remained, but behind me, a shadow moved independently of my own. I spun around, nothing. When I turned back to the machine, my reflection had changed. My eyes were darker, my smile wider than I remembered. I wasn't smiling. "What's happening?" I whispered. "You felt it too," the voice said, "the wrongness in this building. The way time stretches thin in certain hallways, the cold spots in the executive wing." I had noticed these things, though I'd never spoken of them to anyone. The strange echo that followed conversations in the third-floor conference room. The way the emergency exit sign would dim whenever I walked beneath it, only to brighten again when I passed. "Who are you?" I asked again. "Someone who noticed the same things you did," the voice replied. "Someone who asked too many questions." The lights in the break room dimmed momentarily, and the vending machine display flickered, cycling through its programming before settling on a message I'd never seen before: record keeping. I took out my phone and opened the voice recorder app. "I'm documenting this," I said, partly to the voice, partly to convince myself I wasn't losing my mind. "Good," the voice approved. "Evidence is important, not that it helped me." Over the next few nights, I returned to the break room, recording each interaction. I began taking notes, documenting patterns. The voice would only speak when I was alone. The security cameras would mysteriously power down whenever our conversations began. The temperature in the room would drop by several degrees. The voice told me fragments of a story about hidden rooms in the building, about strange meetings that took place after normal business hours, about files that disappeared from the servers every night only to reappear, slightly altered, the next morning. "Check the basement archives," the voice suggested during our fifth conversation. "Cabinet 37, the files marked property acquisition." I shouldn't have gone alone, I know that now. But curiosity had become an obsession, and fear had transformed into a dull background noise I could no longer differentiate from the everyday anxiety of my job. The basement archives were rarely used, a relic from before digitization, Housing paper records the company kept for compliance reasons but never actually needed. The air was thick with the smell of old paper and the metallic tang of filing cabinets. The overhead lights were motion activated, flickering to life as I moved through the narrow aisles. Cabinet 37 was in the back corner, partially hidden behind a stack of banker's boxes. The drawer stuck as I pulled it open, releasing a waft of stale air and something else, a scent I recognized from the vending machine: stale sugar and dust. The folder marked property acquisition was thin, containing only a few pages. The top document was a deed dated decades ago, recording the purchase of the land where our office now stood. Nothing unusual except for the name of the previous property, Willow Valley Sanitarium. I photographed each page with my phone, the flash illuminating the yellowed papers in brief bursts. The final document was different from the rest, a sketch of the building layout, showing floors that didn't exist on any official plan, rooms hidden between walls, and a network of narrow passages connecting them all. As I stared at the sketch, the lights in the archives went out. Not a slow fade of the motion sensors timing out, but an immediate, complete darkness. My phone's screen provided the only illumination, casting an eerie blue glow over the cabinet. Then I heard it, the same voice from the vending machine, but it wasn't coming from my phone or any device. It seemed to emanate from the walls themselves, from the floor beneath my feet, from the very air around me. "Now you know where I am," it said. I felt something brush against my arm, a touch so light it might have been a draft of air, yet distinct enough to raise goosebumps on my skin. The touch moved upward, fingers trailing along my shoulder, my neck coming to rest against my cheek. The hand was cold, its texture wrong, not quite solid, not quite present. "I need you to find me," the voice said, directly beside my ear now. "The walls between worlds are thin here. They built this place on purpose, designed it to blur the boundaries." "Between what?" I asked, my voice cracking. "Between here and elsewhere, between now and then, between those who can leave at the end of the workday and those who never leave at all." The lights flickered back on and I was alone again, the file folder still open before me. But now, at the bottom of the sketch, words had appeared in handwriting I didn't recognize. "The walls are listening." I returned to my office, my mind racing. The voice recordings from the vending machine had disappeared from my phone, though the photos of the documents remained. I printed them, spreading them across my desk, searching for patterns, for answers. The office felt different now. In meetings, I found myself studying my colleagues' faces, wondering if they knew, if they'd heard the voices too. I noticed things I'd overlooked before, how the new wing of the building didn't quite align with the old, creating corridors that seemed to bend at impossible angles. How certain rooms were always cold, regardless of the thermostat setting. How some employees would momentarily pause mid-sentence, their expressions going blank before continuing as if nothing had happened. I began mapping the building, comparing what I saw to the sketch from the archives. During late nights, I would wander the halls, pressing my ear against walls, tapping on panels that seemed hollow, measuring dimensions that didn't add up. One evening, while examining a section of wall in a rarely used corridor, my knuckles rapped against something that rang hollow. I pressed harder, feeling the surface give slightly beneath my hand. The wallpaper had no visible seam, but when I ran my fingers along the edge where wall met ceiling, I felt it, a slight ridge, a break in the pattern. I pulled and a narrow panel swung outward, revealing darkness beyond. The smell that wafted out was familiar dust and stale sugar, but stronger now, mixed with something chemical and bitter. From my pocket, I took out a small flashlight I'd begun carrying. Its beam cut through the darkness, illuminating a narrow passage that stretched beyond the range of the light. The walls were unfinished, exposed pipes and wiring running along the ceiling. The floor was bare concrete, and it sloped gently downward. I should have called someone, told someone where I was going. Instead, I stepped into the passage, pulling the panel closed behind me. The sound of the office, the distant hum of computers, the whisper of the ventilation system faded immediately, replaced by a thick, heavy silence that seemed to press against my eardrums. The passage twisted and turned, leading deeper into the building's hidden infrastructure. I marked my path with small pieces of chalk, though I felt certain I would remember the way. The air grew colder as I descended, my breath forming clouds in the beam of my flashlight. The passage eventually opened into a small room, its walls covered in what looked like old computer equipment, banks of switches and blinking lights, screens displaying scrolling text I couldn't decipher. In the center of the room stood a chair, and on the chair sat a tape recorder, the old kind, with large reels and mechanical buttons. "Play me," said the voice, coming from everywhere and nowhere. I pressed the play button and the tape began to turn. Through the speakers came a voice, not the whisper from the vending machine, but a clinical, detached tone reciting what sounded like research notes. Subject continues to resist integration. Cognitive mapping shows increased neural activity in regions associated with identity preservation. Recommend increasing dosage and extending containment period. The merger protocol must succeed if we are to proceed with full implementation. The recording continued, detailing experiments, subjects, procedures that made my skin crawl. References to boundary dissolution and consciousness transference and corporate mimetic integration. As the tape played, the equipment around me began to activate, lights blinking faster, screens changing from text to images, faces. Hundreds of faces flickering past too quickly to recognize, yet somehow familiar. The final words on the tape chilled me to the bone. The building itself is the apparatus. Every wall, every room, every corridor designed to channel and contain. The subjects believe they are employees. They are not. When the tape clicked off, the room had changed. The equipment was gone, the walls bare concrete. Only the chair remained, and upon it, a company ID badge. My own photo stared back at me, but the name was wrong. It belonged to an employee who had disappeared last year, who management claimed had resigned without notice. "Do you understand now?" the voice asked, no longer coming from speakers or vending machines, but from within my own mind. Why I needed you to find me. I felt a pressure building behind my eyes, a buzzing at the base of my skull. The room seemed to pulse, its dimensions shifting subtly with each throb. "You're in my head," I whispered. "I'm in the walls," the voice corrected, "in the wiring, in the space between, but I need a vessel, a way out." "What are you?" "A previous participant, someone who understood too late. The company doesn't sell products, it harvests consciousness, integrates it into its systems. The perfect employee, forever productive, forever present." My head pounded now, thoughts becoming slippery, hard to grasp. I tried to remember my name, but it seemed to dance just beyond reach. "I don't want this," I said or thought, no longer certain if I was speaking aloud. "Neither did I," the voice said, gentler now, but I can help you. We can help each other." The pressure behind my eyes intensified and my vision blurred, the room spinning around me. I felt as if I were being pulled apart, molecule by molecule, and reassembled differently. "What's happening to me?" I gasped. "Integration," the voice said, "but not like they planned. We're merging, but on our terms. Two consciousness, one vessel, strong enough to escape." I felt a surge of memories that weren't my own years spent trapped in digital limbo, watching, waiting, learning the system from within. Knowledge of back doors, of weaknesses, of ways to subvert the process. When the pain subsided, I stood on unsteady legs. My body felt both familiar and foreign, as if I were wearing clothes that almost fit but not quite. "We need to leave," I said, my voice sounding strange to my ears, a blend of my own and something else. "We need to warn others." I navigated the hidden passages with newfound certainty, emerging not in the corridor where I'd entered, but in the parking garage, levels below the main building. Night had fallen, the concrete structure nearly empty of cars. As I reached the exit, I felt a resistance not physical, but a mental pull, urging me to turn back, to return to my desk, to forget what I'd discovered. The building itself seemed to be calling to me, its influence reaching out like invisible tendrils. I pushed through each step, requiring more effort than the last, until finally I passed beyond the property line. The mental pressure vanished abruptly, leaving me gasping in the cool night air. "We did it," the voice said, now clearly distinguishable as a separate entity sharing my consciousness. "What now?" I asked. "Now we document everything. We find others who have noticed the wrongness, and we find a way to free those still trapped inside." I nodded, feeling both terrified and strangely calm. As I walked away from the building, I glanced back one last time. In every window, in every reflective surface, I could see faces pressed against the glass, watching, waiting, hoping. I turned away and kept walking, my steps guided by two minds with one purpose. Behind me, I swear the building shifted slightly, adjusting itself, preparing for my inevitable return. Because I will return, we will return, and next time we won't be alone. Story 7. The black cat appeared one evening, sitting on my porch as if it had always belonged there. Its fur was sleek, its eyes a striking shade of amber, and no matter how many times I shooed it away, it wouldn't leave. By the third night, I gave up. I set out a bowl of water, stepping back as it lapped at the surface. That's when I noticed there was no reflection in the water. The cat lifted its head, staring at me, and for the first time, I felt like I was the one being studied. I closed the door that night with a strange unease settling into my bones. Sleep came fitfully, broken by what I thought were soft scratching sounds against my bedroom window. When morning arrived, I convinced myself it had been the wind or a branch. The cat was still there, perched on the porch railing, perfectly still except for its tail that swayed with metronomic precision. "You need a name if you're staying," I said, approaching cautiously. The cat blinked once, slowly. I decided to call it Void, fitting for its absence of reflection and the growing emptiness I felt whenever our eyes met. That week I began documenting Void's behavior in a small notebook. The cat never ate the food I offered, but always drank the water. It never left the porch, but somehow appeared at different locations without me seeing it move. Most disturbing was how the birds fell silent whenever Void looked skyward. My camera captured nothing unusual, just a black cat with amber eyes. But reviewing the footage at night, I noticed the audio contained something my ears hadn't caught. Beneath the ambient sounds of the recording was a low, continuous hum, almost like distant voices speaking in unison. I played it back repeatedly, trying to decipher words that seemed just beyond comprehension. The changes in my home began subtly. The temperature dropped in rooms Void had been staring at through windows. My houseplants withered despite regular watering. The mirror in my hallway developed a hairline crack that extended a fraction wider each morning. When I ran my fingers across it, the glass felt warm, pulsing like skin. One night I woke to find my bedroom door open, which was impossible since I always locked it before sleeping. The hallway beyond was darker than usual, the shadows thicker, almost viscous. And there, at the very edge of my vision, sat Void, watching me from atop my dresser. I scrambled for the light switch, fingers trembling against the wall. When brightness flooded the room, the cat was gone, but the indent in my comforter where it had apparently been sitting remained. I began taking photographs of my home daily, comparing them side by side. Something was wrong with the proportions. The hallway appeared longer in each successive image. The ceiling height varied by imperceptible amounts. Door frames seemed to lean at angles that weren't quite right. I measured everything with a level and tape measure, but the numbers always checked out perfectly normal. Yet comparing my photos, I could see the subtle distortions accumulating like a slow-motion funhouse mirror effect. My voice recordings captured more anomalies. Playing back mundane notes I'd spoken into my phone revealed whispered responses after each of my sentences, responses I never heard when recording. Always in a voice resembling mine, but with cadences and inflections I never used, answering questions I hadn't asked. The nightmares started next. In each one I was the cat, prowling through an unfamiliar house that somehow contained all my belongings. I would circle rooms, searching for something, growing increasingly desperate until I caught sight of a human figure sleeping in a bed. The relief I felt was overwhelming, predatory, hungry. I would leap onto the bed, and just before making contact with the sleeper, I'd wake up gasping, my sheets soaked with sweat. "What do you want?" I finally demanded of Void after a particularly bad night. The cat sat perfectly still on my kitchen counter, a place it had never been before, though all doors and windows remained closed. Its amber eyes blinked once, and my coffee mug slid across the counter of its own accord, stopping at my fingertips. I decided to document the phenomenon. I set up cameras throughout my home, placed motion sensors at every entrance, even sprinkled flour on the floors to capture footprints. The footage showed Void appearing in different rooms without triggering any sensors. The flour remained undisturbed except for small areas where it had been deliberately arranged into geometric patterns I didn't recognize. My research became obsessive. I skipped work, calling in sick as I pored through books on folklore, quantum physics, and psychological disorders. I joined online forums dedicated to paranormal experiences, sharing my observations without mentioning my growing fear. Most dismissed my posts as fiction. A few suggested I was experiencing a psychotic break. One person sent a private message with a single sentence: "It's choosing you as a vessel." I stopped sleeping entirely after that. The boundaries between waking and dreaming blurred. I would find myself standing in rooms with no memory of having walked there. My reflection in mirrors became unreliable, sometimes moving a fraction of a second too late, sometimes mouthing words I wasn't speaking. The most disturbing development came when I noticed my hands. The skin around my fingernails had darkened, and the nails themselves had become slightly curved, thicker. My night vision had improved dramatically, while colors seemed muted during daylight. Food lost its appeal, but I found myself craving water constantly. I made one final attempt to rid myself of Void. I packed a bag, got in my car, and drove, no destination in mind, just away. After hours of driving, I stopped at a motel, exhausted but relieved. As I carried my bag toward the room, something moved in my peripheral vision. Void sat on the motel room windowsill, amber eyes reflecting the neon vacancy sign. My hands shook so badly I couldn't get the key card to work. When a staff member came to assist me, he glanced at the window and asked if that was my cat. I turned to look, but Void was gone. The man commented on my eyes, never seen amber eyes quite that bright before, and I fled back to my car, avoiding my reflection in the rearview mirror. Upon returning home, I found my notebook filled with writing I didn't remember. Pages of meticulous observations written in my handwriting, but from Void's perspective. Descriptions of a human growing more feline day by day. Notes on the successful transfer of consciousness across species boundaries. The final entry simply read, "The vessel is ready." Now I sit on my porch each evening waiting. I'm not sure what I'm waiting for, but the compulsion is irresistible. My neighbors no longer wave when they pass by. Perhaps they sense something different about me. Perhaps they notice how still I can sit, how my eyes reflect light in the darkness, how I seem to appear in places without walking there. Yesterday, a new family moved in across the street. Their child pointed at me and asked her mother something I couldn't hear. Last night, for the first time, I felt the urge to cross the road, to sit on their porch, to wait patiently until someone notices me. My fur is growing in nicely now, black and sleek. Soon it will be complete. The water bowl they'll eventually put out will show no reflection, and when they look into my eyes, the transfer can begin again. Story 8. I had lived in the apartment for months before I noticed that something was wrong with the mirror in the hallway. It reflected everything perfectly except for my hands. When I raised them, they were different in the glass, thinner, longer, with pale skin and deep scars that I didn't have. My breath came fast as I tested it, moving my fingers, watching the unfamiliar hands mimic every motion. The scent of something faintly floral, almost decayed, drifted through the air. Then, just for a second, the hands in the reflection twitched on their own. I stepped back, heart pounding against my ribs. The mirror had been there since I moved in, an antique with a bronze frame that the landlord insisted came with the apartment. I'd hardly paid attention to it, just another fixture in the narrow hallway connecting the bedroom to the living area. Now, I couldn't look away. I approached again slowly and raised my right hand. In the reflection, that scarred alien hand rose too. I touched my face and the reflection followed suit, but those weren't my fingers caressing my cheek in the mirror. I pulled out my phone and took a picture of myself in the mirror. When I examined the photo, my hands looked normal, my own hands, but looking directly into the glass, they weren't mine. That night, sleep eluded me. The walls of my bedroom seemed to contract with each breath I took. A soft pulsing noise came from somewhere in the apartment, barely audible when I focused on it, gone when I tried to locate the source. The floral scent had grown stronger, like wilting lilies left too long in stagnant water. In the morning, I convinced myself I'd imagined it. Stress, exhaustion, and overactive imagination, the usual excuses. I avoided the hallway mirror while getting ready for work, but as I was leaving, some magnetic curiosity pulled me toward it. I stood before the glass and slowly raised both hands. The scarred hands in the reflection raised too, but this time I noticed something new. A thin silver band on the ring finger that wasn't on my actual hand. When I wiggled my fingers, the ring caught the light and gleamed. I felt nothing on my own finger, yet there it was in the reflection. I began documenting everything. I set up a camera facing the mirror, recording continuously. I took photographs at different times of day. I made detailed notes of every discrepancy I noticed: the ring, the scars, the slightly different nail shapes. The camera footage showed nothing unusual, just my normal reflection, but standing before it, the difference was undeniable. Something started happening to the apartment, too. Objects would be slightly out of place when I returned home. Not moved enough to suggest a break-in, just shifted: a book turned at a different angle, a coffee mug on the opposite side of the table, my shoes aligned too perfectly by the door. The walls began to feel wrong under my fingers. When I pressed my palm against them, they seemed to give slightly, like skin over muscle rather than plaster and wood. The sensation was subtle at first, but grew more pronounced each day. And always that sickly sweet floral smell lingered, strongest near the mirror. I started avoiding the hallway altogether, taking the fire escape to reach my bedroom rather than walk the short corridor past the mirror. I slept fitfully, waking to the sound of something sliding across wood floors. Each night, the noise grew closer to my bedroom. My neighbor mentioned I looked tired, asked if I was feeling well. I noticed her glancing at my hands as we spoke, though she said nothing about them. When I returned to my apartment that evening, I found a small package outside my door: a pair of leather gloves with a note: "For your condition." I hadn't told anyone about the mirror or my hands. I hadn't spoken to this neighbor more than a handful of times since moving in. The gloves looked old, the leather cracked in places, with small repairs along the seams. That night I sat on my bed examining the gloves when I heard a distinct crack from the hallway, the sound of glass under pressure. I stepped carefully to my bedroom door and peered out. The mirror had changed, its surface rippled like disturbed water, the bronze frame seeming to pulse in rhythm with my heartbeat. The floral smell had become overwhelming, choking. I approached slowly, drawn forward by something stronger than fear. In the rippling glass, I saw not my apartment hallway reflected, but another place entirely: a room with dark wooden panels and a single window showing a colorless sky. And standing where my reflection should be was another person, with my face but not my body, wearing clothes I didn't own. Their hands were raised to match mine, those thin, scarred hands I'd been seeing in the mirror all along. The figure in the glass smiled, though I wasn't smiling. It pressed its palms against the surface from the other side. Without willing it, my hands rose to meet them. The glass felt warm and yielding, like flesh. "Who are you?" I whispered. The lips in the reflection moved, but I heard the voice behind me, someone who's been waiting a very long time. I spun around, my apartment stretched behind me, empty. When I turned back, the figure in the mirror had changed position. It now stood with arms at its sides, head tilted in curiosity. I hadn't moved. I backed away, but felt something hard against my heel, the gloves my neighbor had given me. I picked them up, and as I did, the figure in the mirror raised its scarred hands in what looked like alarm. Understanding bloomed cold in my mind. I slipped the gloves on, feeling the old leather conform to my fingers. In the mirror, the figure's hands remained bare, showing those distinctive scars. Our connection had been severed. The mirror's surface began to crack, hairline fractures spreading from the center. The figure pounded silently against the glass, its face contorted in rage or fear. The cracks widened, but instead of shards falling outward, the mirror seemed to collapse inward, folding into itself until nothing remained but the empty bronze frame hanging on the wall. The floral smell vanished. The strange give of the walls firmed back to normal. The apartment felt suddenly, blessedly ordinary. I kept the gloves on for days afterward. When I finally removed them, my reflection was my own again, normal hands, normal face, normal apartment behind me. The bronze frame held nothing but ordinary glass. But sometimes when I pass by quickly, I catch a glimpse of something different in the reflection, a flash of a room I've never entered, a sky I've never seen. And occasionally I notice small changes in my apartment, a book I don't remember buying on my shelf, food I don't recall purchasing in my refrigerator. I've started keeping a journal documenting these discrepancies. The entries help me remember what's mine and what isn't. But last night I found new pages in my handwriting that I have no memory of writing. They detail events I never experienced, describe people I've never met. The strangest part, my handwriting has changed. My fingers now move differently across the page, forming letters with unfamiliar flourishes. And this morning, I noticed a thin, white line across my index finger, the first hint of a scar forming exactly where I saw one on those hands in the mirror. I wonder whose memories I'll have when the last scar appears. Story 9. I had been coming to this library for years, wandering its aisles, losing myself in its quiet halls. But today, as I turned a familiar corner, I found a doorway I had never seen before. It led into a small reading room, dimly lit and filled with old, leather-bound books. The air smelled of aged paper and something faintly musky like old wood. I stepped inside, running my fingers over a book's worn spine, when a voice behind me whispered, "You shouldn't be here." I turned. The room was empty. My heartbeat quickened. I scanned every corner, every shadow. Nothing but books and the soft amber glow of a desk lamp. I should have left then. I should have walked away. Instead, I moved deeper into the room, drawn by curiosity stronger than fear. The door closed behind me with a soft click, not a slam, nothing dramatic, just the gentle sound of wood meeting frame. Yet something in that subtle noise sent a chill across my skin. When I tried the handle, it turned easily, but the door wouldn't budge. "Hello," I called out, my voice absorbed by the walls of books surrounding me. "Is someone there?" Only silence answered. I turned my attention to the books, hoping to distract myself from the growing unease. The titles were unusual, not in any language I recognized. The letters seemed to shift when I wasn't looking directly at them, rearranging themselves when glimpsed from the corner of my eye. One volume in particular caught my attention. Bound in dark red leather, it sat alone on a small reading table. I approached cautiously, noticing how the temperature dropped with each step. The book lay open to a page filled with intricate illustrations of faces, hundreds of them, rendered in exquisite detail, their expressions twisted in what could have been ecstasy or agony. As I leaned closer, I felt a warm breath against my ear. I whirled around again. Empty space greeted me. "I know someone's here," I said, trying to sound firm despite the tremor in my voice. "This isn't funny." A soft rustling came from behind the shelves. I moved toward it, pushing aside my fear. Between two tall bookcases, I discovered a small desk with a journal and pen lying open. The journal contained handwritten notes. The handwriting was mine. My hands trembled as I picked it up. Page after page documented visits to this room, visits I had no memory of. Detailed observations, sketches of the books, descriptions of whispers and sensations. According to these entries, I had been coming to this room weekly for months. The final entry, dated with yesterday's date, contained only one line: "It knows I'm aware now." I dropped the journal as if it had burned me. My breath came in short gasps as I backed away, bumping into the reading table. The red book fell to the floor, its pages fluttering open. The illustrated faces now all looked like mine. I rushed to the door, pulling at the handle with all my strength. It remained sealed. "Let me out," I shouted, pounding against the solid wood. The lamp on the desk flickered, its glow diminishing until the room fell into near darkness. In that moment, I felt something brush against my ankle. Looking down, I saw nothing, but the sensation of fingers trailing up my leg remained. A whisper rose from the darkness, "You keep coming back." "Who are you?" I demanded, pressing myself against the door. "What do you want?" "Not who," came the whisper, now seeming to emanate from multiple directions at once. "What?" The temperature plummeted, my breath clouded in front of me. The bookshelves began to vibrate, a subtle tremor at first, then more violently. Books tumbled from their places, falling open on the floor. Their pages turned rapidly, as if caught in a wind I couldn't feel. I slid down against the door, pulling my knees to my chest. "This isn't real," I muttered. "This can't be real." "Reality is subjective," whispered the voice, now directly above me, "especially here." I looked up. The ceiling had changed. Where there had been ordinary panels, there now stretched what appeared to be a mirror, but instead of reflecting the room below, it showed a vast library much larger than the one I knew, with endless rows of shelves extending into impossible distance. And standing among those shelves were figures, dozens of them, all with my face, all staring down at me. I screamed then, a sound that seemed to please whatever presence filled the room. The mirror ceiling rippled like disturbed water. "Every visitor leaves something behind," the voice explained, now sounding almost gentle. "A fragment, a memory, a piece of self." I noticed my hands were trembling, not from fear anymore, but from a strange vibration that seemed to be coming from within. Looking down, I saw my fingers blurring at the edges, as if they were becoming less solid. The journal on the floor flipped open again, pages turning until it reached a blank one. The pen beside it rose into the air, hovering expectantly. "No," I said, understanding dawning with terrible clarity. "I won't." "You already have," replied the voice. "Many times, you just don't remember." The blurring spread up my arms. I felt lightheaded, as if parts of my consciousness were being gently extracted. Memories began to slip away. What had I eaten for breakfast? What was the name of my childhood pet? Had I come to the library alone today? I lunged for the journal, knocking the pen away. "Give them back." "Your contributions have been most valuable," the voice said, now emanating from the red book. "Your imagination, your fears, they add such wonderful dimension." The walls of the room seemed to pulse, as if breathing. I realized with mounting horror that the patterns in the wallpaper resembled nerve cells and synapses. The room wasn't just a room, it was something organic, alive. Fighting against the disorientation, I crawled toward the bookshelves, pulling myself up. If I couldn't escape through the door, perhaps there was another way. I began pulling books from shelves, searching for a mechanism, a hidden switch, anything. Each book I touched sent images flooding into my mind, memories that weren't mine. A child learning to ride a bicycle, a woman crying at a funeral, a man staring at his reflection, not recognizing the face looking back. "So many visitors," the voice commented, "so many stories." My fingers brushed against something cold and metallic behind the books. A key. Hope surged within me as I grasped it, but the moment my fingers closed around it, pain shot through my hand. The key was burning cold, freezing my skin on contact. Still, I held on, stumbling back toward the door. The room responded immediately. The floor tilted, sending books sliding across the surface. The lamp crashed to the ground, its light extinguishing completely. In the darkness, I felt my way to the door, guided by desperate instinct. The key fit into the lock. I turned it, hearing the mechanism click. "Clever," said the voice, now sounding amused. "But do you really want to leave? What waits for you outside isn't what you remember." I hesitated, my hand on the doorknob. "What do you mean?" "Every exit is an entrance somewhere else," it replied cryptically. "And you've been here long enough that your place has been filled." A chill ran through me that had nothing to do with the temperature. "You're lying." "Am I?" "Open the door, see for yourself." I stood frozen, doubt clouding my resolve. The blurring had reached my shoulders now, parts of me becoming transparent. If I stayed much longer, would there be anything left of me to leave? With a surge of determination, I turned the handle and pushed. The door swung open, revealing the library beyond, but changed. The colors were muted, the lighting all wrong, and walking between the stacks, greeting a librarian with my smile, was me. I stumbled backward in shock. My doppelganger moved through the library with casual confidence, unaware of my presence. "What have you done?" I whispered. "Nothing," said the voice. "You did this every time you came, every time you left something behind. Eventually, there wasn't enough of you to go back, so we improvised." The other me paused as if sensing something and turned toward the open doorway. Our eyes met for a brief, impossible moment. Recognition flickered across that familiar yet strange face, not shock at seeing a double, but something more disturbing, pity. Then the door began to close of its own accord. "Wait," I lunged forward, but too late. The door shut firmly, cutting off my view of the library and my other self. "The choice remains," said the voice, now coming from everywhere at once. "Stay and become part of our collection, or leave and become something else." I sank to the floor, the key cold in my palm. The blurring had reached my chest now. Soon there might be nothing substantial enough to turn a key or open a door. "What are you?" I asked, my voice barely audible. "A repository, a collector of experiences, a memory palace made manifest," it answered. "And now, in part, I am you." The red book lay near my feet. It had fallen open to a new page, blank except for a single line of text. "Will you remember this visit?" I stared at those words as they began to blur, just as my body was blurring. The boundaries between myself and the room seemed to be dissolving. I could feel the presence of others who had been here before, their confusion, their fear, their eventual surrender. With the last of my fading strength, I reached for the pen that had fallen nearby. My hand passed through it at first, but I concentrated, forcing what remained of my physical form to solidify just enough. I grabbed the pen and pulled the journal close. In shaky handwriting I wrote, "I was here, I am here, I will always be here." As the pen fell from my increasingly transparent fingers, I felt a strange peace settle over me. The room hummed with satisfaction. "Welcome to the collection," whispered the voice, and this time I recognized it as partly my own. The lamp relit itself, casting a warm glow over my room now. Soon, someone else would turn a corner in the library and find a door they had never noticed before. They would enter, curious and unsuspecting. And I would whisper, "You shouldn't be here." Story 10. On a somber afternoon, amidst the stack of mundane mail, a solitary, unmarked envelope caught my eye. Its mysterious presence beckoned me, and as I gingerly unfolded the aged paper within, a wave of unfamiliar memories washed over me. The faint aroma of antique ink and lavender enveloped the room, stirring a cascade of doubts about the very essence of my past. The delicate touch of the paper against my skin, its corners softened by the passage of time, whispered secrets of a forgotten realm. Raindrops danced a tranquil melody on the window, harmonizing with the rhythm of my own heartbeats. The warm glow of the reading lamp bathed the room in a soothing amber light, casting an ethereal halo around the elegant script that adorned the letter. "My dearest friend," the words began, igniting a spark of recognition for a summer retreat that existed only in the crevices of my mind. Though the summer house remained a blank canvas in my memory, the letter painted vivid images of sun-kissed days and the gentle lull of ocean waves in the background. The crackling fireplace beside me provided solace as each word unfurled a tapestry of sensations: the tang of sea salt, the cool touch of wooden floorboards underfoot, the whisper of cotton curtains in a gentle breeze. Tea parties in a garden of eternal blooms, hushed conversations beneath an evergreen canopy, and a mysterious locked chamber on the upper floor wove a tapestry of memories that felt both alien and intimately known. My feline companion nestled in my lap, her purrs a grounding presence amidst the spectral recollections that flooded my mind. The script flowed seamlessly on the second page, narrating scenes of misty gardens at dawn, flickering shadows cast by candlelight, and haunting melodies from a phantom piano. The familiar creak of my home's floorboards seemed to echo the ghostly sighs of the summer house's ancient timbers, blurring the line between reality and illusion. The scent of lavender permeated the air, bridging the gap between past and present, carrying whispers of shared secrets and unspoken promises. The mention of a locket bearing a forgotten photograph stirred a phantom weight on my bare neck, a sensation as tangible as the memories themselves. Outside, the rain whispered a cryptic lullaby, hinting at untold truths that lingered just beyond reach. The letter recounted rainy afternoons in the library, where the titles of age-old books shifted like phantoms in the dim light, a memory that couldn't possibly be mine, yet felt eerily familiar. As the final page drew near, the ink seemed to fade, blending the writer's words with the essence of remembrance. A pivotal choice, a ritual under a moonlit sky that defied logic, and a cryptic message about the fluid nature of memories spun a web of uncertainty around me. The letter concluded with a cryptic message, urging me to reconsider the stories I've embraced or chosen to forget. A mysterious initial signed the missive, its elusive form a shifting enigma that defied comprehension. Folding the paper with care, I caught a glimpse of a stranger in the window's reflection, a face both foreign and intimately known. As the rain subsided and the scent of lavender dissipated, I returned the letter to its sanctuary in the envelope, knowing that the memories it awakened would forever alter my perception of reality. Drifting into slumber in my cherished armchair, the echoes of waves and piano music serenaded me, accompanied by the phantom weight of a locket that never graced my neck. Story 11. On a moonlit night within the heart of the forest, I chanced upon a forgotten campsite where nature had begun to reclaim its own. The towering pines swayed in a delicate dance, their needles whispering like ancient voices sharing tales lost to time. A tranquil breeze, scented with cedar and damp earth, carried a subtle promise of hidden secrets veiled beneath layers of ages past. Approaching the clearing, my footsteps hushed by a carpet of fallen pine needles, I spied the remnants of a once lively gathering spot. Weathered logs encircled an old fire pit, now adorned with delicate mushrooms emitting a faint, ethereal glow under the moon's gentle gaze. Their soft luminescence seemed to pulse ever so faintly, akin to a gentle breath in the stillness of the night. At the edge of the clearing stood the remains of an ancient cabin, its wooden walls weathered silver by countless seasons. Moonbeams filtered through cracks in the roof, casting intricate patterns upon the floor that seemed to shift and morph when not under direct observation. The slightly ajar door swayed with the night breeze, emitting a soft, rhythmic creak that harmonized with the murmurs of the forest. Within the cabin, time had etched its own narrative. Dust motes pirouetted in the moonlit shafts, while the creaking wooden floorboards seemed to echo with the whispers of bygone eras. A stately stone fireplace dominated one wall, its chimney standing sentinel towards the starlit heavens. Within its cold hearth, dried leaves had gathered, forming abstract designs reminiscent of an unknown script. Upon a small table near the window, a weathered journal awaited discovery. Its pages, warped by humidity, still bore the weight of untold stories. The leather cover exuded a warmth that defied the cool night air. When I gingerly unfurled its pages, the spine released a soft crackle, revealing elegant script that spoke of mysterious lights amidst the trees and melodies carried by the wind, fleeting memories that vanished upon recall. The journal's author chronicled how each evening, as twilight descended, the pines would engage in whispered dialogues. They spoke of travelers come and gone, of shifts in the forest's tapestry, and of entities that dwelled within the shadow's embrace. The writer recounted how, on certain nights, the mushrooms in the fire pit would radiate a brighter glow, their light pulsing in harmony with distant whispers hovering just beyond reach. As I delved into the journal's enigmatic passages, a subtle shift in the atmosphere enveloped me. The moonlight took on a silvery hue, casting deeper shadows that seemed to conceal hidden depths. The murmurs of the pines grew clearer, though their language remained inscrutable. I found myself swaying gently, as if swayed by an unseen current, my breath synchronizing with a concealed rhythm in the air. The journal detailed a curious phenomenon. On nights of the full moon, like the present one, the old fire pit would at times mirror the heavens above, transforming into a pool of liquid shadow despite its dry surface. Intrigued, I ventured back outside, the journal clutched reverently in my hands. The clearing appeared transformed, though the nature of the change eluded my grasp. The log circles seemed to form intricate patterns unnoticed before, while the mushroom's glow intensified ever so subtly. Approaching the fire pit, I beheld the journal's claim brought to life. The old ashes shimmered with a liquid sheen, reflecting the celestial bodies with surreal clarity. Yet within that reflection, something beckoned me closer. Amidst the mirrored stars, unfamiliar lights danced with a graceful purpose, akin to fireflies in a silent ballet. The longer I gazed, the closer I felt to deciphering the pines' whispers, to grasping the essence of their ageless conversations. Seating myself upon a weathered log, the journal spread open upon my lap, I began to transcribe my own musings. The night deepened around me, time flowing in a manner unfamiliar. The boundary between observer and observed blurred, as if I were both watcher and watched. Were the lights in the fire pit observing me, or was I observing them? Were the pines sharing their secrets or merely permitting me a glimpse into their timeless discourse? As dawn approached, cloaked in a silken mist that embraced the tree trunks, I penned a final entry in the journal. I narrated how the mushroom's glow had dimmed so gradually that its cessation eluded precise detection, how the whispers had gradually melded into the ordinary sounds of daybreak, and how the fire pit's reflective surface had reverted to mere ashes with the approaching light. Placing the journal back upon its table within the cabin, I realized that despite my meticulous notes, the true nature of my experience would forever elude complete comprehension. The pines still murmured, now of commonplace matters, wind and weather, light and shadow. Yet in moments of quiet reflection, with eyes shut tight, I can still sense the cadence of that fateful night, the allure of mysteries content to remain half revealed, forever shrouded in enigma. Story 12. In the quiet realms of a local thrift store, amidst forgotten relics of the past, I chanced upon a weathered sketchbook nestled among discarded art supplies. Its cover worn and its pages tinged with the sepia hue of age, the sketchbook beckoned to me with a silent allure. Upon opening its fragile cover, I discovered a world of intricate blueprints, each line etched with a precision that hinted at a purpose unknown to me. The scent of graphite and aged paper enveloped me as I delved deeper into the mysterious designs. Night after night, in the soft glow of my study's lamp, I found myself captivated by the enigmatic drawings. Rainfall tapping gently against my window provided a soothing rhythm as I traced the intricate lines with my fingertips. These blueprints, beyond mere architectural schematics, seemed to defy the boundaries of conventional understanding. Curved corridors folded upon themselves, staircases led to impossible rooms, and windows captured light from angles that defied logic. Yet amidst the intricate details, I discovered marginal notes penned in faded ink, hinting at concepts of threshold spaces and liminal architecture. These musings drew me into a world of contemplation, where rooms existed between moments and doorways opened into unseen realms we only glimpse in dreams. As quiet evenings turned into meditative moments, I began to sketch my interpretations of the mysterious geometries, losing myself in the act of creation. The scratch of pencil on paper became a tranquil melody, leading me through a labyrinth of lines and angles that seemed to reshape my perception of space. One serene night, bathed in moonlight, hidden numbers revealed themselves within the blueprints, forming a cryptic pattern that I endeavored to decipher. The hours slipped away as I transcribed the sequence, feeling as though I was unraveling a mathematical poem woven into the fabric of architecture. Weeks turned into dreams, where I wandered through the impossible corridors of the structure within the sketches. Each step echoed softly on shifting floors, leading me to a central chamber adorned with symbols that danced between the realms of astronomy and music. This chamber, designed to harmonize with liminal spaces, beckoned me to explore its ever-changing form in my sketches and dreams. In the stillness of my study, framed by the shadows of night, I found a strange alignment between the branches outside my window and the angles within the blueprints. It was as if the physical and ethereal were merging, revealing a hidden architecture that whispered of unseen wonders. The identity of the original architect remained a mystery, yet their essence permeated every line and note within the sketchbook. I came to view the blueprints not as mere plans, but as a map to the gentle, dreaming spaces that exist beyond the confines of our world, a realm of tranquility and mystery. Now, as I sit transcribing this tale by lamplight, the rain's gentle cadence lulls me into a state of peaceful contemplation. Shadows dance in the corners of my room, pulsing with the distant lightning's glow. Embracing the beauty of the unknown, I find solace in the unresolved mysteries that linger within the pages of the sketchbook, like fragments of a half-remembered dream that leave a sense of serenity in their wake. Story 13. In the hushed stillness of an early morning stroll through a tranquil meadow, I halted in my tracks, captivated by the glistening dew adorning the grass. To my utter amazement, the tiny droplets had formed themselves into intricate, minuscule letters, a natural script unfurled before me. The air was saturated with the sweet fragrance of moist earth and wild blooms, enveloping me in a sense of profound connection to this fleeting message crafted by unseen hands. A soft mist draped low over the landscape, casting a serene, pearly-gray veil over everything it touched. As I knelt down, drawn to scrutinize the dewy letters, my very breath stirred delicate ripples in the moisture-laden atmosphere. The script seemed to come alive, dancing and shimmering just beyond the grasp of understanding. Each stroke and curve resembled the most exquisite calligraphy etched in liquid crystal. Compelled by an inexplicable force, I returned to the meadow each morning, lured by the allure of the enigmatic messages that seemed meant for my eyes alone. With the gentle caress of the sun's warming rays, the dew script transformed, shifting from distinct, legible forms into abstract designs that melded back into the verdant carpet beneath. Occasionally, foreign words in unfamiliar tongues would materialize, their shapes both strange and oddly familiar. The whispering breeze weaving through the tall grass became my steadfast companion, harmonizing with the early bird's symphony welcoming the break of day. I embarked on documenting these ethereal messages within the confines of a weathered leather journal, my fingers tracing the lingering dampness on the pages as I transcribed the mysterious symbols. The paper bore a faint ripple from the dew, as if preserving the essence of the letter's watery origins. One misty morning, a new development caught my eye, a spiral pattern emerging from a central point, unfurling into an intricate mandala of cryptic words and symbols. The air hummed with a silent energy, the usual sounds muted as if the meadow itself held its breath. An electric thrill tingled across my skin as I followed the spiral's intricate path with my gaze, attempting to decipher its intricate design. The messages began appearing in unexpected places etched in the condensation on my bedroom window, aligned with precision, materializing in the steam swirling from my morning tea, fleeting yet poignant before vanishing into the ether. Even the frost delicately etched on autumn leaves bore traces of this enigmatic communication. In my dreams, the liquid silver scripts wove through shadowy landscapes, whispering secrets in voices composed of rustling leaves and distant wind chimes. Each awakening left me grasping at fading memories of almost grasping the meaning, slipping through my grasp like elusive water. The journal burgeoned with each passing day, a testament to this gentle enigma. Hours slipped away as I meticulously compared the patterns, noting their correlation with the moon's phases, the shifting seasons, and the subtle nuances of morning light. A deeper rhythm seemed to underlie the dew script, hinting at a vast, unhurried dialogue between earth and sky. As winter approached, the messages dwindled, only manifesting on pristine mornings when the air was crystalline and utterly still. I cherished these moments even more, aware that each could be the final one until spring. Frost painted its own rendition of the script, etching delicate messages into the icy grass, shimmering like diamonds in the pale sunlight. Years have passed, yet I still frequent the meadow, though the messages appear less frequently now. I ponder if their purpose was to lead me towards this state of tranquil observation, this serene appreciation of the morning's subtle enchantment. The dew still forms its perfect orbs on blades of grass and delicate leaves, and while the distinct letters have faded, I've come to discern a different narrative within their patterns, a gentle reminder that some mysteries need not be unraveled to hold significance. My journal rests upon my desk, its pages brimming with the captured essence of those dawn-time revelations. When I leaf through it now, I observe how the sketched patterns seem to shift and morph in varying lights, akin to the ever-changing nature of the script itself. Perhaps comprehension was never the goal. Perhaps the true gift lay in those quiet instants of awe, in mastering the art of pausing to witness the world's small wonders with patient, reverent eyes. The meadow has evolved into my sanctuary, a realm where the boundary between the ordinary and the extraordinary blurs beneath the early morning's gentle glow. Even if I never decrypt the meaning behind those crystalline messages, their presence has etched an enduring mark upon my soul, imparting the wisdom that life's most profound experiences often unfold not in grand revelations, but in the tender unfurling of unanswered questions. Story 14. On a chilly night, I ventured into an abandoned train yard at the town's edge. Among the rusty tracks and silent, decaying engines, a solitary light flickered from an old signal tower. The scent of rust mingled with the musty dampness of concrete, and that stuttering glow pulsed like a heartbeat in the dark, hinting at untold tales of journeys halted in time's embrace. Soft gravel crunched beneath my feet as I wandered through the yard, the wind whispering through empty train cars in a lulling symphony. A peculiar stillness enveloped the air, a quiet that settled in spaces forgotten by the relentless march of hours. Moths pirouetted around dim lampposts, casting delicate shadows that danced on worn metal surfaces. My gaze fixated on that lone blinking light in the tower, its irregular rhythm beckoning like a half-remembered melody. The pattern stirred a distant memory, a fleeting echo from the past or a dream just out of reach. Drawing closer, I noticed the darkness shrouding the tower's windows, emphasizing the significance of that singular illumination. The door creaked open slightly, emitting a mournful hum as the wind nudged it. Inside, the atmosphere shifted, charged with an electric anticipation that prickled my skin. Wooden stairs groaned under my weight, releasing the scent of aged timber and ancient dust with each step. Ascending to the top floor, I entered a control room frozen in time, adorned with obsolete equipment. Switches, levers, and dials adorned the walls, their metal tarnished by years of neglect. Yet it was the enigmatic source of light that captivated me, an old signal lamp defying logic with its persistent pulse. As I observed, a peculiar realization dawned on me. The light's rhythm synchronized with the gentle cadence of my breath, as if acknowledging my presence. Whispers of bygone conversations and echoes of train whistles lingered in the cool air, weaving a tapestry of forgotten tales and lost connections. Nestling into an operator's chair, I found myself spellbound by the interplay of light and shadow on the control panel. The rhythmic flicker seemed to narrate a story of solitary vigils, of signals cast into the void, of ties forged and fractured. Tracing the worn edges of the control panel, I sensed a lingering warmth, as if the ghosts of past operators lingered in the room. Time blurred as I sat entranced by the pulsing light and the nocturnal serenade. The distant owl's hoot melded with the wind's whisper, crafting a melody of solitude. The light's pattern evolved, morphing into a cryptic code that beckoned my attention. A gentle shiver coursed through me as I realized I wasn't just an observer. I was a part of this enigma. The light reached out, weaving tales in Morse code shadows that danced on the walls. Deep into the night, I unearthed logbooks filled with faded accounts of trains long departed, each entry a portal to a bygone era. The last inscription from decades past simply stated, "The light knows the way home." Beneath it, a sequence of dots and dashes conveyed a message that eluded my understanding but resonated with my soul. Exiting the tower hours later, the light's steadfast pulse trailed behind me, a silent invitation to return. In quiet moments, I find myself synchronizing my breath with the remembered rhythm of that light, pondering if it still illuminates the abandoned yard with its timeless message. The tale of the flickering light lingers in my thoughts, unfinished yet profound, like a wistful reverie. Some mysteries are not meant to be unraveled, but cherished for the questions they evoke, gentle as moth wings against a window pane, stirring the depths of our imagination. Story 15. On a misty evening, I wandered past an abandoned playground where the rusted swings swayed gently in the soft breeze. Amid the quietude, a faint, nearly imperceptible laughter lingered in the air, a ghostly echo of joyous voices long gone. The mingling scents of damp grass and aged metal wafted around me, weaving a tapestry of memories that whispered of bygone days filled with laughter. Intrigued, I found myself drawn to a weathered bench near the old slide, its wooden seat smoothed by the countless parents who had once watched over their playing children. The playground's metal structure cast elongated shadows in the dim light, their shifting patterns captivating my peripheral vision. A gentle wind rustled through the trees, carrying the earthy fragrance of autumn leaves on its breath. Initially, I convinced myself that I was merely taking a different route home, seeking solace and reflection after a weary day. Yet there was something about the solitary tranquility of the playground that beckoned me back, night after night. Each nocturnal visit unraveled new layers to its enigmatic aura. This desolate playground had become my sanctuary, a place where time seemed to waver and meander like a winding river. One exceptionally hushed evening, as I sat on my usual bench, my gaze fell upon the carousel and a peculiar sight caught my eye. The metal horses, untouched by human hands, shimmered with an unusual warmth as if recently caressed by playful fingers. An eerie stillness enveloped them, as if the echoes of children's laughter lingered in the air, unseen but felt. In the ensuing weeks, subtle transformations within the playground caught my attention. Swings swayed gently without a breeze, ephemeral footprints appeared in the morning due only to vanish with the rising sun, and the metal slide, damp with mist, occasionally felt warm to the touch, as though someone had just slid down its length. Armed with a notebook, I began to document these peculiar occurrences, uncovering hidden patterns with each observation. The ethereal laughter, barely audible at first, seemed to adhere to a clandestine schedule, emerging at specific hours of the evening, especially under the full moon and the encroaching mist from the neighboring woods. Always on the cusp of audibility, the spectral laughter whispered like a dream's faint murmur, evading clear comprehension. While regular visitors to the park, mostly dog walkers and joggers, remained oblivious to these anomalies, I alone bore witness to the enigmatic charm of this forgotten place. One evening, a small red ball perched atop the carousel, motionless. As I drew near, it stirred as if nudged by an unseen force. An air of anticipation thickened around me, and for a fleeting moment, distant children's melodies seemed to hum just beyond reach. The ball rolled in a perfect circle around the carousel's pole, and that night I lingered longer than usual, watching the moon ascend above the trees. The playground's shadows danced independently. The swings moved in synchronized harmony, and the intangible laughter enveloped me like a warm embrace. In that serene moment, a profound realization washed over me. This playground wasn't haunted in the conventional sense, it was ensconced in time, preserving a realm of unadulterated joy. The elusive laughter, unheard yet palpable, resonated with the essence of every child who had frolicked here, imprinting their happiness upon the very fabric of this space, akin to a photograph exposed to light. The inexplicable phenomena weren't intended to instill fear, but to serve as a gentle reminder of the enchantment that once thrived in this realm of innocence and wonder. Months have passed since that revelatory night, and I still frequent my clandestine playground with unwavering devotion. I've learned to discern the subtle cues that herald the crescendo of inaudible laughter, a certain quality in the mist, a specific hue of twilight, the pregnant hush that befalls the air. At times I bring a book and read aloud to the vacant playground, and on those evenings the swings sway with purpose, the carousel horses stand prouder, and the laughter, though unheeded by mortal ears, feels closer than ever. This tale remains mine alone, a cherished secret shared with none, for I understand the incredulity it may evoke. Yet in this intimate relationship with a place suspended between memory and enchantment, I've discovered the beauty in embracing mysteries that elude resolution, meant only to be savored and experienced. Thus I continue my twilight sojourns, content to be the solitary audience to a spectacle unfolding in whispers and shadows, accompanied by laughter that lingers just beyond human perception. Story 16. In the deep hush of midnight, as I lay in bed, a stray echo reached my ears, a voice both familiar and achingly distant. The soft hum of the air conditioner and the gentle rustle of leaves outside melded into a spectral chorus, stirring memories long thought buried. That night my bedroom seemed to hold a different energy. Moonlight spilled through the window, casting silver patterns on the walls, shapes that seemed to sway with a quiet breath. The air itself carried a weight reminiscent of the calm before a summer storm, where all hangs in anticipation. Shadows gathered in the corners, pooling deeper than usual, as if conspiring in whispered secrets. The voice returned, softer now, a delicate whisper on the edge of perception. It evoked the melody of wind chimes in a gentle breeze, a haunting yet soothing lament. Slowly I sat up, the blanket slipping off with a soft rustle. The cool, solid floor beneath my feet grounded me as my thoughts drifted into the unknown. Navigating through my home at night had always been a familiar routine, a dance of muscle memory and cautious steps. But on this night, each room held a subtle unfamiliarity. The hallway stretched before me, its walls seeming to swallow the dim light rather than reflect it. Family photos observed my passage with distant gazes, their once familiar faces now distant and aloof. The voice beckoned me to the study, where rows of books lined the walls, their spines blending into a tapestry of muted colors. My old reading chair sat empty, yet it exuded an expectant air, as if recently vacated. The leather still radiated warmth, and beside it, my grandmother's antique table lamp cast a soft amber glow that pulsed almost imperceptibly with each ghostly murmur. Something peculiar caught my eye amidst the collection of vinyl records. One album stood slightly apart, its sleeves showing signs of frequent handling. I couldn't recall the last time I had touched it, yet there it sat, a patient messenger awaiting my attention. The dust cover of the record player was lifted, though I was certain I had closed it the night before. Almost as if guided by unseen hands, I lifted the record from its sleeve. The vinyl caught the lamp's light, creating hypnotic reflections spiraling toward the center, beckoning me. As the needle found its groove and the music began to play, it was not the symphony I anticipated. Instead, the sound of rain on a tin roof mingled with distant piano notes that seemed to emerge from the depths of memory itself. The voice intertwined with these sounds, more tangible now, delivering words that felt like shards of a conversation from a dream. It spoke of summer evenings on a porch swing, of promises whispered beneath a starlit sky, of time slipping away like sand through gentle fingers. The antique clock in the corner ticked steadily, each swing of its pendulum stretching into eternity. The voice wove tales of my grandmother, conjuring memories of evenings spent listening to her stories, bathed in the warm glow of the same lamp. Had she known of this voice, had she left a message for me to unravel now? The room's temperature shifted subtly, creating ethereal currents that made the lamp's light dance. Shadows played on the walls, revealing intricate patterns reminiscent of the lace doilies my grandmother used to make, patterns that seemed to hold hidden meanings. Sinking into the reading chair, I felt its familiar embrace envelop me as the voice continued its spectral soliloquy. The words took on a rhythm that mirrored the pendulum's swing, weaving a hypnotic tapestry of memory and enigma. Tracing patterns on the worn armrest, I followed grooves left by years of similar gestures. The bookshelves seemed to breathe in time with the voice, their contents shifting subtly. A volume of poetry my grandmother had gifted me years ago caught my eye. Its spine glowed faintly in the lamplight, its verses now recited by the voice, echoing the moments I read them to her in her final days. Time flowed like honey in winter, thick with significance yet resistant to measurement. The voice grew clearer, though its message remained just beyond grasp. It spoke of connections that transcended time, of love echoing through generations, of memories dwelling in the spaces between heartbeats. As dawn crept through the window, the voice began to fade. The record played on in silence, the needle tracing its endless path. The lamp's light pulsed one final time, and in that moment I grasped a profound truth about memory and loss. Some voices never truly depart, they linger, waiting for the opportune moment to whisper their truths. With the morning light flooding the room, I found myself still in the reading chair, the record player dormant, the lamp extinguished. No trace remained of the nocturnal experience, except for a book of poetry open on the side table, adorned with my grandmother's delicate annotations. Whether dream or reality, the lingering feeling of connection to something vast yet intimately known remained. The voice may have vanished with the night, but its echo lingered, a gentle reminder that certain mysteries are meant to be felt, experienced, rather than unraveled. In the quiet aftermath, I embraced the uncertainty, reveling in the space between knowing and wondering, where the most exquisite mysteries find their dwelling place. Story 17. In a hidden courtyard, I ascended a set of ancient stone steps, their surface worn and crumbling. Amidst the weathered stones, a strange symbol caught my eye, etched deeply into the rock. It glowed faintly in the filtered light, exuding an aura of mystery that beckoned me closer. The scent of moss and aged stone enveloped me, adding to the enigmatic allure of the symbol. As I gazed at the intricate design, it seemed to hold a secret from a bygone era, a puzzle waiting to be unraveled. The symbol's intricate patterns shifted subtly, playing tricks on my eyes as I tried to decipher its meaning. Kneeling down, I reached out to touch the symbol, and to my surprise, the stone felt warm beneath my fingertips, a stark contrast to the cool autumn air that surrounded me. A gentle breeze danced through the courtyard, carrying with it the fragrant essence of late-blooming flowers and decaying leaves. Intrigued, I found myself returning to the steps each evening, mesmerized by the way the fading sunlight caressed the symbol, making it seem alive with a soft inner glow. The more I studied the symbol, the more anomalies I discovered in the courtyard. The ivy creeping along the walls avoided the marked step, creating a perfect circle of exposed stone. On silent nights, a faint humming seemed to emanate from the depths below, a haunting melody that tugged at my senses. One night, armed with my sketchbook, I sketched the symbol with a strange sense of purpose, as if guided by an unseen hand. The drawing revealed hidden details, intricate markings that resembled words in an unknown language. To my astonishment, the next day the markings had shifted, as if the symbol itself was alive and evolving. As autumn waned and winter approached, I observed a peculiar phenomenon. While frost blanketed the courtyard, the symbol remained untouched, emanating a warmth that defied the icy chill. On frosty nights, mist rose from the symbol, twisting into ghostly shapes before vanishing into the cold air. The symbol began to haunt my dreams, morphing into mystical gateways and enigmatic paths that led to forgotten realms. These dreams, though cryptic, left me with a profound sense of tranquility, as if I had glimpsed a fragment of a hidden truth. During one twilight vigil on the steps, an elderly woman materialized beside me, her presence ethereal and serene. Silently, she traced the symbol with a weathered finger, causing the humming to intensify. For a fleeting moment, the air shimmered with starlight, and then she was gone, leaving me with a smooth stone bearing a miniature version of the symbol. Carrying the stone like a talisman, I continued my visits to the courtyard, drawn by the symbol's ineffable mystique. It became a portal to introspection, a symbol of the unseen wonders that lie beneath the surface of the mundane. The old woman's enigmatic gift reminded me that some truths are felt in the heart, not comprehended by the mind. In the hushed moments between dusk and dawn, I fancied I could hear the woman's melodic hum on the evening breeze, a reminder of the timeless magic woven into the fabric of existence. Though the symbol's purpose eluded me, I found solace in its enigmatic presence, a testament to the beauty of unanswered questions and the allure of the unknown. Story 18. In the dead of night, cruising down a deserted stretch of highway, my eyes caught sight of an ancient radio tower looming against the moon's glow. The car's radio crackled with static as I passed, a faint, rhythmic pulse cutting through the air with a cryptic allure. The cool night air carried a hint of metal and distant storms, weaving an atmosphere that whispered of secrets long forgot. Compelled by an inexplicable pull, I veered to the roadside, intrigued by the mysterious transmission. The hum of the engine faded to silence as I turned the key, leaving only the soft rustle of the wind through the tall grass and the persistent, enigmatic static from the radio. The signal grew clearer, a cadence of long and short bursts reminiscent of Morse code but different, like a language of its own. The tower stood tall against the deep indigo sky, its warning lights extinguished, rust claiming its metal skin in intricate patterns that seemed purposeful in their decay. Clouds drifted lazily across the moon, casting shifting shadows that lent the structure an illusion of gentle sway. The rhythm of the signal stirred a sense of familiarity deep within, like a forgotten melody from childhood. Eyes closed, I surrendered to the sound, seeking to unearth its origin in my memory. The static ebbed and flowed, carrying whispers of possible words just beyond comprehension. I reached for my phone to capture the strange broadcast, only to find it unresponsive, the screen blank despite being fully charged. The air grew heavy with anticipation, as if the very night held its breath. A mist began to form, enveloping the tower's base like a tender embrace. Enthralled by the signal's hypnotic pulse, memories surfaced, memories foreign yet intimately connected. Visions of people in a control room, urgency in their voices as they discussed something of great importance, something meant to endure. The scene was vivid, the scent of coffee and the sound of tape reels spinning palpable. The mist thickened, veiling the tower in an ethereal shroud, its signal now a ghostly echo of the past. I grasped fragments of the message, numbers and dates, scientific data and coordinates swirling in my mind. Encoded within the broadcast was a discovery, a plea for understanding across time. Time itself blurred as I sat there, immersed in the cocoon of sound and mist. The chill in the air prompted me to draw my jacket closer, yet I remained rooted in place. Each burst of static felt like a piece of an intricate puzzle awaiting a solver after decades of silence. A gentle glow emerged from the tower's base, pulsing in harmony with the signal, casting an amber light that wove through the mist like a dance. Mesmerized, I watched, the patterns syncing with the rhythm of my breath, lulling me into a trance. The signal's pulse shifted, morphing into a melodic hum akin to a lullaby. The memories I had glimpsed were not random, they were deliberate transmissions, preserved in the loop of static and silence. With dawn's approach, the mist dissipated, the signal fading into silence once more. The tower stood stoic, its enigmas shrouded in rust and time. My phone blinked to life, revealing missed calls from concerned loved ones. The sun painted the sky in pastel hues, casting the night's events in a dreamlike haze. Setting forth on the empty highway, I knew a change had taken place within me. The signal's rhythm lingered, a subtle hum beneath the surface of my thoughts. I understood then that I would return, drawn to unravel more of the tower's mystery. Some frequencies, once attuned to, become part of our essence, a hidden connection to a greater realm. In quiet nights when the wind whispers just so, snatches of that signal still haunt the radio static. They serve as a reminder of the mysteries that dwell around us, waiting for a willing ear to decipher their truths. The tower stands tall, a tribute to those who came before, their message encoded in the endless waves of static, patiently awaiting the right interpreter to unveil its significance. Story 19. In the soft glow of a sunlit afternoon, as I tended to the flourishing blooms in my garden, a curious twist of fate led me to a hidden secret. Amidst the familiar tools and pots in the shed, my gaze fell upon a loose floorboard, beckoning me to unravel its mystery. With a gentle creak, it revealed a passage to a forgotten chamber, filled with relics of a forgotten time. The air hummed with the earthy scent of yesteryears, weaving a tapestry of whispers that danced around me, teasing me to uncover the untold tales that lingered within the shadows. As the sunlight filtered through the dusty window, casting ethereal patterns on ancient tools and weathered pots, I found myself drawn into the depths of this hidden sanctuary. It was as if the shed itself held its breath, waiting for me to unravel the secrets that lay beneath its wooden floors. With a curious heart, I descended the narrow staircase, feeling the temperature drop with each step and the faint echo of water droplets in the distance guiding my way. My flashlight pierced the darkness, revealing shelves adorned with artifacts from eras long past. Delicate porcelain dolls with knowing eyes gazed back at me, their faded dresses whispering of forgotten stories. Leather-bound journals penned with elegant script hinted at lives lived in a time now lost to history. And brass instruments, their dulled surfaces holding echoes of melodies long silenced, beckoned me to uncover their hidden songs. But it was a peculiar music box, adorned with intricate marquetry depicting a garden mirroring my own, that captured my imagination. As its lid parted instead of music, a gentle sigh of air escaped, carrying the essence of spring blossoms long faded but ever present. Each corner of the room revealed a piece of a puzzle, challenging my perception of reality and blurring the lines between past and present. Lost in the enigmatic allure of this hidden chamber, time seemed to ebb and flow like a gentle tide, pulling me deeper into its embrace. The walls bore cryptic markings resembling celestial maps, with constellations unknown to any night sky I had ever beheld. The room itself seemed to pulse with a quiet life, as if it held secrets that transcended mere mortals' understanding. In a corner, a collection of aged photographs revealed glimpses of people from different epochs, each captured in a moment of serenity and discovery within my garden. Their gazes mirrored my own sense of wonder, bridging the gap between past and present in a timeless dance of contemplation. The journals spoke of nature's mysteries, of cycles and patterns that whispered of a deeper connection to the earth and stars above. As the day waned and shadows lengthened, the room transformed under the shifting light, unveiling new facets of its hidden treasures. A desk with a mysterious key hinted at doors left unopened, inviting me to ponder the significance of mysteries unsolved. And as I emerged back into the golden glow of the garden, time itself seemed to bend and twist, leaving me with a sense of having glimpsed a world beyond the ordinary. Sitting amidst my blooming garden at dusk, I pondered the revelations of the hidden room, feeling the whispers of understanding carried on the evening breeze. The mysteries I had uncovered had woven themselves into the fabric of my daily life, infusing each moment with a sense of wonder and possibility. The room beneath the shed had become a part of me, a quiet sanctuary where time moved at its own pace and questions lingered without demanding answers. To this day, I tend to my garden with a renewed sense of purpose, knowing that beneath its surface lies a realm of perpetual enchantment. The reflections that dance through the shed's window at just the right angle hint at a world beyond our own, where mysteries abound and time flows like a tranquil river. The secrets of the hidden room remain my own to cherish, a reminder that magic lingers in the most unexpected corners of our world, waiting to be discovered by those who dare to listen to its whispered secrets. Story 20. In the hushed tranquility of a neglected courtyard, a peculiar scent captivated my senses during a leisurely afternoon stroll. The fragrance, a rich blend of exotic spices and the essence of aged stone, lingered in the air like a whispered secret waiting to be unraveled. Drawn by an unseen force, I followed the elusive aroma, its mysteries beckoning me deeper into the forgotten sanctuary. Surrounded by weathered walls cloaked in ancient ivy, the courtyard exuded an aura of timelessness. Autumn breezes carried fallen leaves in a gentle dance across the worn flagstones, their soft rustling harmonizing with the enigmatic perfume that filled the air. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting intricate patterns of light and shadow that seemed to move in silent rhythm. As I ventured further into the courtyard, the quality of the air shifted subtly, guiding me towards a corner where an old wooden door stood sentinel. Etched with faded patterns of bygone eras, the door emitted the intoxicating scent that stirred distant memories just beyond reach. Nestled against the weathered wall, a stone bench beckoned me to rest, its surface worn smooth by the passage of time, yet radiating a comforting warmth. Seated upon the ancient bench, I felt the pulse of the mysterious aroma like a distant heartbeat, its rhythm soothing and familiar in its strangeness. Details once overlooked now emerged before me, intricate symbols carved into columns, ivy that seemed to stir with a life of its own, and a sense of time slipping away as shadows stretched and shifted in an otherworldly cadence. The scent, ever-changing and alluring, led me on a subtle journey of discovery. Hints of cinnamon, whispers of cardamom, and echoes of something ancient and profound intertwined in a tantalizing dance that defied explanation. An encounter with an elderly gardener added to the enigma as she spoke of forgotten memories lingering in the fabric of the courtyard, her cryptic words leaving me with more questions than answers. As days turned to weeks, the courtyard revealed its secrets in mysterious ways. Objects of unknown origin appeared and vanished on the bench beside me, each one a puzzle waiting to be solved. The fragrance became a constant companion, evolving with each visit and hinting at a hidden narrative woven into the very essence of the space. One twilight moment, as the fading light painted the courtyard walls in hues of amber, fragrant smoke rose from between the flagstones in a mesmerizing display. The tendrils of smoke formed shapes that hinted at a language beyond human understanding, drawing me into a moment of connection with something ancient and profound. Through the changing seasons, the courtyard's mysteries deepened, the scent becoming more elusive yet ever present. Dawn, dusk, and moments of suspended time became portals to the enigmatic essence that permeated the space, inviting me to delve deeper into its secrets. With each visit, the courtyard whispered its tales of forgotten memories and untold stories, weaving a tapestry of shared experiences that transcended the boundaries of time. The spicy fragrance, a constant companion, remained a tantalizing enigma, refusing to yield its origins but offering glimpses into a world of hidden truths. In the quietude of the ancient bench, surrounded by the enigmatic scent that lingered like a phantom presence, I pondered the nature of mysteries that defy explanation. Perhaps some secrets are meant to be felt and experienced, their essence a reminder of the unseen threads that connect us to the past and the unknown depths of the present. As I sit in contemplation, enveloped by the timeless allure of the courtyard, I wonder if it is not the place itself that remembers, but the memories seeking a willing listener to share their untold story. And in that shared moment of quiet revelation, I find solace in the whispered echoes of the past and the enigmatic fragrance that binds us together in a dance of mystery and memory. Story 21. Deep within the dim, mysterious depths of an ancient library, I stumbled upon a hidden alcove concealed behind towering stacks of forgotten scrolls. The faint, ethereal light seeping through a weathered window unveiled a collection of dusty volumes and artifacts that murmured tales of bygone wisdom. The aroma of weathered leather-bound books and yellowed pages enveloped the space, enveloping me in a sense of uncovering a clandestine sanctuary of knowledge reserved solely for the most inquisitive spirits. As the guardian of the library's nocturnal hours, I had grown accustomed to the gentle, rhythmic heartbeat of the building, the soft creaking of wooden shelves settling, the whisper of wind through ancient ventilation ducts, and the distant ticking of the majestic clock in the main hall. Yet this hidden nook felt distinct, as if it dwelled in a realm apart from time, untouched by the modern world beyond the library's weathered walls. I found myself inexplicably drawn to this enclave during my nightly patrols, observing how the moonlight wove ever-changing patterns through the intricate leaded window. The dancing shadows seemed to morph into cryptic symbols on the aged wooden floor, reminiscent of forgotten scripts. On nights of profound stillness, I could almost swear I caught the faintest rustle of pages turning, though I always stood alone in this secluded sanctuary. One fateful night, while perusing the volumes lining the walls of my refuge, I detected an anomaly in their arrangement. The smooth, aged spines of the books, polished by centuries of handling, seemed to align in a mysterious pattern when viewed from certain angles. The varying heights, subtle hues, and precise positioning appeared too deliberate to be mere chance. I devoted more hours to studying these tomes, meticulously documenting their placements and observing how the moonlight played upon them throughout the night. My flashlight's beam would illuminate gilded lettering that seemed to transform with the passage of time, unveiling glimpses of text in languages foreign to my understanding. The air within the nook grew denser with each passing evening, pregnant with the weight of untold narratives. During my exploration, I chanced upon a peculiar tome that exuded a warmth as if freshly held by another reader. Its pages remained blank, yet when I angled it under my flashlight at the stroke of midnight, faint, shifting inscriptions emerged, never lingering long enough for me to decipher them, akin to recalling a dream's details upon waking. The resonant chimes of the grand clock punctuated the hours as I plumbed the depths of the nook's enigma. Subtle alterations began to manifest, books subtly shifting positions between my visits, the window framing celestial vistas incongruent with its physical placement, and the persistent sensation of an unseen presence reading over my shoulder. My fellow guards noted transformations within me as well. I spoke of the library's history with increasing intimacy, as though I had witnessed its construction centuries in the past. I found myself comprehending fragments of ancient tongues unlearned by me, and my dreams swirled with visions of expansive halls of knowledge stretching beyond the library's tangible confines. The pinnacle of revelation arrived on a wintry eve under the full moon's luminance and crystalline clarity. Seated in my customary spot, a book tumbled from its shelf, unfurling to reveal a detailed chronicle of a clandestine order of librarians rumored to have unearthed the ability to encapsulate knowledge not solely in words, but within the very essence of space. They had crafted sanctuaries akin to my Nook repositories, where the lines blurred between reader and text, between past and present. In that moment, I comprehended that I had become a part of a grander tapestry than myself. The Nook had selected me as it had chosen others before, beckoning me into a lineage spanning across centuries. The whispers I discerned were not merely the groans of an ancient edifice, but the murmurs of myriad readers who had occupied this very spot, enriching the collective wisdom enshrined within these venerable walls. Now, as I transcribed this testament in the soft radiance of my flashlight, I acknowledge that the true essence of this enclave may forever elude my grasp. The Nook remains an enigma, its mysteries unfolding in their own time, like words materializing on seemingly blank pages. Yet solace envelops me in the awareness that within the depths of this age-old library lies a realm where reality's boundaries soften, where knowledge flows unimpeded, and where the simple act of reading transcends the confines of time and space. I persist in my nocturnal vigil, safeguarding both the library and its concealed marvels. The Nook bides patiently in its corner, awaiting the next curious wanderer who chances upon its threshold. And at times, when the moon hangs just so and the silence deepens, I fancy I detect the gentle rustle of pages turning, as if unseen readers partake in my watch, all of us intertwined by the timeless allure of words and the enigmas they enshroud. Story 22, amidst the forgotten relics of a once cherished gallery, a peculiar portrait captured my attention, a visage of a stranger, their eyes veiled in a tale of sorrow. Concealed behind the frame, a fragile letter awaited discovery, exuding the faint fragrance of aged parchment and lavender, beckoning me to unravel its long-buried narrative. The gallery itself stood frozen in time, bathed in the soft glow of afternoon light filtering through tall, weathered windows. Dust motes pirouetted in the air, their delicate dance weaving a mesmerizing tapestry against the backdrop of ancient wooden panels. The creaking floorboards murmured beneath my steps, whispering echoes of bygone footsteps that had tread the same path. With trembling fingers, I retrieved the letter, its weathered edges bearing witness to the passage of ages. The portrait gazed upon me with a knowing gaze, a woman of yesteryears, clad in the finery of the Victorian era. Her countenance bore a poignant blend of melancholy and resolve, stirring my curiosity about the life she once led. The script on the letter flowed in graceful arcs, the sepia ink faded by time's relentless march. As I delved into its words, the present faded into a distant murmur, replaced by the gentle scratch of a pen recounting a tale of old. My dearest Elizabeth, by the time these words reach you, I shall have embarked on a voyage across the vast sea. The weight of this decision burdens my heart, yet I am compelled to seek the truth behind our grandmother's legacy. In my dreams, visions of the antique music box and its hidden compartment, of the key she cherished close, of the tales she spun about the ancient manor by the misty shore, have grown ever more vivid and insistent. The haunting melody she used to hum now echoes in my mind, its notes like ripples on a tranquil pond. I have unraveled that the tune aligns with the engravings on the missing music box that vanished with her passing. The portrait I leave behind conceals more than mere likeness. It harbors a map, veiled for years untold. I dare not disclose its precise location in this missive, but you, my childhood companion, will recall the alcove in the gallery where we once hid our treasures. There the truth shall reveal itself to your seeking hands. To any other who chances upon this letter, heed my warning that some enigmas are best left undisturbed. But dear Elizabeth, should you be the reader of these lines, follow the path I have laid out. Our inheritance lies not in material wealth, but in the ancestral wisdom passed through the generations of our kin. The moon's reflection on still waters, the whisper of ancient trees in the breeze, the dance of shadows cast by flickering candlelight, these are the keys to comprehension. Trust in your instincts above all else. The answers will unveil themselves in dreams, as they did for grandmother and now for me. With boundless love and hope, Margaret. The letter's conclusion left a lingering imprint upon my soul, akin to the fading embers of a twilight sky. My gaze returned to the portrait of Margaret, her features now imbued with newfound significance. The gallery, once silent, now hummed with the weight of untold histories and unfulfilled quests. As dusk descended, shadows played upon the walls, revealing hidden nuances within the painting. A pendant at her throat that might have held a key, a subtle suggestion of a music box lingering in the background, her hand poised near her heart as if guarding a secret. Enveloped in the tranquil hush of the gallery, I pondered the enigma before me. Should I pursue the map, follow Margaret's cryptic clues on a journey that had beckoned her across the ocean? The answer need not be immediate. Some mysteries only unveil themselves when the stars align. Gently I returned the letter to its sanctuary, yet not before transcribing its contents into my notebook. As I readied to depart, a faint melody, ethereal and pure, seemed to drift through the air, a lullaby half remembered, perhaps a figment of my imagination or a whisper from the gallery's hidden recesses. The portrait's eyes trailed me as I stepped away, not with unease but with a tranquil allure, akin to a tome awaiting its reader, a tale yearning to be unfurled. I knew that I would return to this gallery, to this enigma, but for now, I allowed the unanswered questions to linger in my mind like leaves adrift upon a serene pond, understanding that some truths reveal themselves most vividly in the realm of dreams. Story 23. In the hush of a late night, I found myself drawn to an abandoned arcade on the outskirts of the city. Neon lights blinked sporadically over dusty game machines, casting a ghostly glow in the stillness. A soft hum thrummed from the shadows, carrying whispers of forgotten laughter and faded thrills. The air was thick with the scent of old popcorn and ancient excitement, as if the arcade itself held onto echoes of its past. Tracing my fingers over the worn plastic of the game cabinets, I felt the stories ingrained in their textures beneath layers of dust. Each step I took left soft imprints on the carpet of gray powder coating the floor. My breath mingled with the low electrical hum, creating a tranquil rhythm that enveloped me. In the dim light, faded artwork on the machines hinted at fantastical realms, and characters now mere shadows of their former glory. One game, an aged racing simulator, drew me in with its weathered leather seat and a steering wheel that seemed to move of its own accord. The temperature dropped as I ventured deeper into the arcade, the hum growing richer and more melodic, like a distant choir in harmony. I found myself swaying to its mysterious rhythm, my steps syncing with its pulsing cadence. Reality blurred with imagination in this forgotten place where possibilities hung heavy in the air. Exploring a narrow hallway, I stumbled upon what appeared to be the arcade's maintenance area. Vintage posters adorned the walls, whispering tales of games long past. Each creak of the floorboards added to the arcade's symphony, the hum responding to my presence, ebbing and flowing with my movements. At the end of the hallway, a weathered wooden door beckoned, its peeling paint resembling intricate circuitry. As I turned the warm brass handle, the hum swelled, filling my senses. Beyond the door, a soft blue glow bathed the small room lined with arcade motherboards, their LED lights blinking in patterns that hinted at hidden meanings. In the center, an ancient computer terminal displayed scrolling text, a blend of game code and enigmatic symbols. The hum pulsed from the machine, stirring the dust motes in a celestial dance. Taking a seat in the worn operator's chair, I found myself entranced by the hypnotic display. The text on the screen wove patterns that teased at comprehension, like fragments of a forgotten dream. My fingers danced over the aged keyboard, typing stories that felt ancient and profound, merging with the machine's responses in a harmonious duet. Time lost its grip in that chamber of blue light, the hum resonating in my very core. When I rose from the chair, the arcade felt alive, pulsating with a new energy. The game cabinets stood as silent sentinels, their screens flickering with glimpses of uncharted worlds. As I made my way back through the arcade, a gentle surge of electricity seemed to hum in response to my touch. The once moving steering wheel of the racing game now sat still, its screen depicting a road that vanished into a digital horizon. At the entrance, I glanced back one final time. The neon lights no longer flickered erratically, but glowed warmly, casting a serene aura. The hum of the arcade had transformed into a soothing purr, like a slumbering electronic creature. I knew then that I would return, drawn by the enchanting silence and the promise of untold stories waiting to be unraveled. Stepping outside, the hum lingered in my chest, a gentle reminder of the night's mystical symphony. In the quiet before dawn, I can still feel it beckoning me, a melody of memory and mystery, forever echoing in the abandoned arcade. Story 24. Drawn by an inexplicable urge to explore, I found myself stepping into an old theater on the edge of town. Once a grand spectacle, now wrapped in the shroud of decay, its ornate balconies and velvet seats echoed with whispers of bygone applause and drama. As I tread softly on the creaking stage, a haunting voice filled the air, weaving melancholic lines of sorrow and longing that seemed to resonate from the very walls themselves. The musty scent of aged curtains and forgotten dreams enveloped me, casting a spell of uncertainty over the seemingly empty theater. A gentle autumn breeze slipped through unseen crevices, orchestrating a symphony of rustling papers and distant whispers that danced around me. Each step I took on the weathered wooden stage released a soft sigh, as if the boards held secrets of performances long past. The air hung heavy with a weight of memories, a palpable thickness that transported me through layers of time suspended in this silent sanctuary. Above me, the grand chandelier hung motionless, its crystals coated in dust, yet occasionally catching the faint light filtering through the high windows, painting delicate patterns on the walls. Intrigued, I made my way to the wing of the stage, where forgotten props lay veiled in sheets that undulated like gentle waves in the dim glow. The ethereal voice, now a mere whisper, seemed to beckon from this direction, guiding me towards an old dressing room mirror obscured by the haze of age but shimmering with an otherworldly allure. As I drew nearer, the atmosphere shifted, a coolness settling around me, not chilling but comforting in its embrace. The mirror emanated a subtle energy, pulsing with a mysterious rhythm that defied explanation. Its reflection revealed movements not my own, shadows of performers from a bygone era perfecting their art in a ghostly ballet. The voice, now clearer, belonged to a woman, her melodic recitation of a tragic romance both soothing and sorrowful, a balm to the soul. Time warped within these walls, minutes stretching into hours as I delved deeper into the forgotten recesses of the theater. Crumbling playbills and lingering traces of perfume on aged costume pieces whispered of tales untold, of performances long concluded but not forgotten. The voice led me through the labyrinthine corridors, to the orchestra pit where sheet music lay scattered, notes fading yet yearning for the touch of musicians to breathe life into their silent melodies. As evening descended, the shifting light cast elongated shadows that danced with purpose across the empty seats, as if the theater itself stirred with a hidden agenda. The voice, now a gentle murmur that enveloped me in its embrace, guided me to a well-preserved velvet chair where I sat, watching dust particles pirouette in the waning sunlight. The very essence of the theater seemed to pulse and breathe, a living entity filled with the weight of countless tales waiting to be told. In this moment of serenity, I realized that the voice was not directed at me, but a symphony of the theater's memories, a chorus of performances past echoing through the hallowed halls. Each word woven into a tapestry of nostalgia that cocooned me in a blanket of reminiscence. Night fell, and with it, the voice took on a new dimension, resonating from all corners of the theater, vibrating the air with a warmth that transcended the physical realm. The words, clearer yet elusive in their meaning, swirled around me like a gentle breeze, carrying me on the cusp of wakefulness and slumber. The chandelier above shimmered with the moon's glow, casting iridescent hues that danced across the ceiling in a celestial ballet. I teetered on the edge of consciousness, the voice a soothing lullaby that blurred the line between reality and dream. In the twilight realm of awareness, phantom spectators materialized in the play of light and shadow, their presence felt rather than seen, a silent audience enraptured by the haunting voice that filled the theater's expanse. With the deepening night came a profound sense of peace, as the voice gradually receded like a tide withdrawing from the shore, leaving behind an echo of gratitude, a whispered acknowledgement of shared moments. The theater settled into a hushed stillness, its time-worn frame sighing with the weight of history as I rose to depart, the voice now a distant memory lingering in the recesses of my mind. Yet the theater felt transformed, imbued with a newfound vitality despite its abandonment, a sanctuary where past and present intertwined in a dance of eternal remembrance. Months passed, but the pull of the theater remained, drawing me back in the quiet hours between dusk and dawn. The voice, a constant companion, sometimes no more than a whisper, a gentle reminder of the stories hidden behind the veil of time. The theater stood as a testament to the enduring power of memory, where the echoes of the past danced like dust motes in the moonlight, preserved in the gentle cadence of that enigmatic voice. Story 25. On a misty night by the coast, I found myself drawn to an abandoned pier that reached into the dark, restless waters. Etched into a weather-beaten beam were intricate symbols softly glowing under the pale moonlight. The sea breeze carried whispers of mystery, and as my fingers traced the marks, I sensed a connection to a long-buried secret beneath the waves. The rhythmic lapping of waves against aged pillars cast a hypnotic spell, beckoning me into deep contemplation. Standing there, I noticed the wooden planks beneath me seemed to murmur with each step, echoing the footsteps of bygone years. The air held a potent mix of salt, damp wood, and something ancient, evoking memories of forgotten tales and dusty chambers. Night after night, I found myself returning to the pier, captivated by an inexplicable force. With each visit, the enigmatic symbols revealed new intricacies, curves shifting in the moon's glow, lines forming ever-changing patterns with the tide. The soft creak of the planks became a familiar dialogue, a whispered exchange between the sea and the structure daring to breach its realm. During my fifth visit, a peculiar warmth enveloped the marked beam, contrasting the cool maritime air. Placing my hand against it, I felt a gentle pulse syncing with my heartbeat, a sensation akin to cradling a cup of perpetually warm tea. The fog often thickened as I studied the symbols, cocooning me in a hushed embrace where time flowed differently. Amidst the mist, faint humming seemed to rise from beneath the pier, harmonizing with the ocean's cadence. One serene night, as I sat beside the marked beam, the water below stilled to a mirror-like surface, revealing elusive shadows gliding with graceful intent. The symbols infiltrated my dreams, transforming into maps of uncharted realms or dancing beneath my touch like living script. I began documenting them in a journal, noting their subtle alterations with each lunar phase. It dawned on me that others never seemed to perceive the markings, their gaze skimming over the beam as if it were mere timber weathered by time. The true revelation arrived with the new moon. In the absence of lunar light, the symbols radiated a gentle phosphorescence, casting a shimmering blue-green glow reminiscent of underwater currents. The pulsing warmth in the wood intensified, and the subaquatic hum beneath the pier resonated clearer, hinting at a language long forgotten. Mysterious tokens began appearing near the marked beam, spiral-patterned stones, iridescent shell fragments emitting an inner glow, delicate silver seaweed strands drying into intricate filigree. Each object felt like a cryptic message, their significance eluding me. Now, as I pen these words, I comprehend my entanglement in this enigma. The symbols manifest beyond the pier, in bathroom mirror condensation, rain-patterned windows, and cream swirls atop my morning coffee. They transcend mere deciphering, evolving into a dialogue I gradually decipher. The pier transcends a mere structure, evolving into a threshold between familiarity and the enigmatic. The gentle mystery of the symbols unfolds ceaselessly, offering glimpses without complete revelation, compelling me to return night after night to the meeting point of the mundane and the profound. I've learned to cherish the allure of uncertainty, embracing the gentle tug of the unknown. As I sit here now, enveloped by rolling fog and the familiar pulse beneath my touch, I acknowledge my role in this ongoing narrative, adding my chapter to an ancient tale woven in the liminal space where land meets sea. Story 26. In the depths of my attic, among relics of bygone days, I stumbled upon a faded photograph nestled within a weathered album. The picture, frozen in time from decades past, seemed to subtly shift as I held it in my hands. A soft fragrance of aged roses and yellowed parchment wafted through the air, enveloping me in a cloud of nostalgia. Were the figures captured in the frame trying to convey a tale long forgotten? I wondered. The late afternoon sun filtered through the dusty attic window, casting a warm, golden hue upon the wooden floorboards. Nestling into an ancient rocking chair, the gentle creaking beneath me lulled me into a state of tranquility. My fingertips delicately traced the worn edges of the photograph, each crease and imperfection telling a silent story of its own. The scene depicted a garden party straight out of a more refined era, ladies draped in flowing gowns and gentlemen adorned in impeccable attire, all frozen in a moment of jovial celebration. Their serene smiles seemed to hold secrets untold. In the background loomed a majestic Victorian mansion, its windows reflecting the dying light of that distant evening. Yet one figure in the image captivated me above all others. A woman clad in a pearl-white gown stood slightly apart from the rest, her enigmatic gaze fixed upon the camera with a perplexing expression. As I studied her visage, a peculiar chill descended upon the attic, accompanied by a surge in the scent of roses. Closing my eyes, I surrendered to the stillness of the space around me. Upon reopening them, a peculiar shift had occurred. The quality of light within the photograph had transformed. The sunset captured in the image now pulsed with a soft, luminous glow previously unseen. The woman in the pearl-white dress seemed to have subtly altered her stance, her delicate hand reaching towards an unseen horizon. Transfixed, I delved deeper into the picture, the ambient sounds blending into a symphony of distant music reminiscent of vintage gramophones. The fragrance of roses mingled with whispers of Earl Grey tea and freshly baked pastries, transporting me further into the realm of the past. As I continued to gaze at the photograph, the boundaries between past and present blurred, the figures gaining depth and vitality before my very eyes. The woman in white grew more defined, a pendant around her neck catching the light in mesmerizing patterns. The temperature in the attic dropped, prompting me to draw my sweater snugly around me. Shadows lengthened and deepened, yet the photograph retained its ethereal luminosity. Details emerged: a teacup poised upon a garden table, its contents swirling as if stirred by a ghostly hand, a butterfly suspended mid-flight, its delicate wings quivering in a phantom breeze. Time itself seemed to ebb and flow as I rocked gently in my chair. The woman's gaze locked with mine, bridging the chasm of years between us, her silent message hanging in the air. The pendant gleamed once more, its significance dawning upon me as a forgotten memory resurfaced, akin to one found in my grandmother's cherished jewelry box. As evening draped its cloak over the world beyond the attic window, the photograph gradually reverted to its original state. The figures froze in time, the luminosity dimmed, and the music faded into the recesses of memory. Only the lingering scent of roses remained, mingling with the familiar mustiness of the attic. Gently returning the photograph to its rightful place, I descended the creaking stairs, the weight of my grandmother's pendant a comforting presence against my heart. The echo of a distant waltz whispered in the evening air, a reminder of mysteries unsolved and stories left untold. Some questions, I realized, are best left to the gentle embrace of mystery, suspended in the twilight between reality and imagination. The woman in the pearl-white dress had shared her enigma with me, leaving behind an enigmatic legacy destined to linger in the shadows of memory. And perhaps that's the essence of such tales, ephemeral whispers of the past that materialize when we are ready to uncover them, then retreat into the soft embrace of reminiscence. Story 27. In a forgotten workshop, brimming with remnants of skilled hands, I stumbled upon a fractured clock, its inner workings exposed and its face frozen in a silent dance with time. As I observed the erratic twitches of its wayward hands, the chilly, musty air enveloped me, carrying whispers of ancient oil and rust that seemed to narrate a tale of stolen moments and memories suspended between heartbeats. The workshop beckoned me on this autumn eve, its weathered door slightly ajar, extending a silent invitation into its depths. Moonbeams filtered through dusty windows, casting elongated shadows over workbenches smoothed by years of meticulous touch. Each step I took on the creaking wooden floorboards released the faint aroma of aged pine and forsaken craftsmanship. Surrounding me, a multitude of timepieces adorned the shelves, grandfather clocks standing sentinel-like, their pendulums motionless, and pocket watches snug in velvet-lined drawers, their golden sheen dulled by the passage of time. Yet it was one particular piece that captured my attention, a mantel clock boasting an intricate brass face, its cracked crystal resembling a delicate spider's web. Settling into the aged craftsman's chair, I noticed a peculiar aspect of the broken clock. Despite its disconnected power source, the second hand would sporadically twitch, briefly reversing before settling back into stillness. This subtle movement initially made me question my perception in the dim light. My breath seemed to harmonize with these minuscule motions, drawing me nearer to scrutinize the delicate inner workings. The tarnished brass gears retained a mystical gleam, some adorned with unfamiliar symbols that defied my years of antique timepiece collecting. A gentle breeze swept through the workshop, carrying the distant melody of wind chimes that gradually transformed into the ethereal chiming of clock bells. The air grew dense with an electrifying energy, causing the fine hairs on my arms to stand on end. Reaching out to touch the clock's face, the metal yielded an unexpected warmth under my fingertips. A peculiar awareness unfolded as foreign memories began to surface, intertwining with my own. Visions materialized of the workshop in its prime, sunlight streaming through pristine windows, the rhythmic symphony of countless clocks marking time in unison, and an aged craftsman engrossed in the intricate assembly of this very timepiece. The enigmatic symbols on the gears shifted and blurred, rearranging into patterns that teased the periphery of my comprehension. Each new configuration hinted at alternate realities, moments that could have been, time meandering not as a river, but as an expansive ocean with myriad currents and eddies. The workshop's solidity wavered, reality swaying gently to the broken clock's rhythm. Shadows elongated and contracted in impossible ways, while translucent figures flitted at the edge of my vision, ghostly apparitions navigating through the space, occupying divergent timelines that coexisted with my own. My fingers remained affixed to the clock's face, transfixed not by fear but by a profound, tranquil fascination. The warmth spread through my being, ushering in a comprehension beyond verbal expression. This was no ordinary timepiece. It served as a portal to the essence of time itself, crafted by one who unearthed enigmas beyond human grasp. As night descended, a soft ticking resonated from the clock, though its mechanisms remained motionless. The sound echoed from all directions, akin to the workshop's heartbeat. With each tick, the translucent figures gained substance, their movements sharpening. Among them I recognized the aged craftsman, our gazes meeting fleetingly across the expanse of years. The air grew heavy with the scent of metal and ozone, the workshop's temperature oscillating in gentle undulations. The ticking faded into a distant murmur, and I realized my perception of time had begun to drift. Moments stretched and compressed like elastic, the boundaries between past, present, and future blurring like morning mist. When I eventually withdrew my hand, the workshop resumed its appearance of desolation, yet a fundamental transformation had transpired. The fractured clock sat innocuously before me, its hands tranquil once more, pulsating with untapped potential, a heart of brass and time awaiting the next soul to unveil its mysteries. I frequent the workshop now, though its precise location eludes description. Often I occupy the craftsman's chair for hours, observing the interplay of light and shadow upon the fractured timepiece. Occasionally, at the perfect juncture, I lay my hand upon its face, drifting into that ethereal realm between heartbeats where all instances coexist, and time unfolds as a boundless, exquisite prospect. Ultimately, I refrained from repairing the shattered timepiece. Some entities I've discerned radiate a greater allure in their imperfection, their flaws serving as conduits for magic to seep into our reality. During the tranquil twilight hours, when the workshop is bathed in moonlight and reminiscences, I swear I can still discern its ticking, recounting the cadence of moments that never were and forever shall be. Story 28. As I journeyed home on the late-night subway ride, the nearly deserted car exuded a peculiar heaviness. Seated in the distant corner was a solitary figure, its gaze fixed upon me, unwavering as the train navigated through the shadowed tunnels. A thick atmosphere laced with the mingled odors of perspiration and stagnant air enveloped me, while an unsettling sensation of being observed crept over my skin. The gentle swaying of the carriage, accompanied by the rhythmic clatter of wheels on tracks, weaved a hypnotic melody that typically induced drowsiness. However, this night was different. My focus incessantly gravitated towards the stranger, whose mere presence seemed to warp the very essence of reality surrounding them. The fluorescent lights flickered intermittently above, casting peculiar shadows that danced across the worn metal walls. I discerned an oddity about my fellow traveler. Their silhouette appeared slightly blurred, akin to viewing them through a rain-splattered window. Whenever I blinked or shifted my glance, their contours momentarily sharpened before softening once more. This subtle phenomenon might have been attributed to my fatigued eyes, if not for what unfolded next. The stranger extended their hand in what seemed like a greeting, yet the motion left trailing echoes in the air, reminiscent of the luminous trails painted by sparklers in the night sky. Each gesture rippled through the space surrounding them, distorting the adverts on the walls behind. The temperature within the car plummeted, causing goosebumps to erupt on my skin. Time seemed to stretch and compress, breathing in tandem with the elastic intervals. The gaps between stations elongated, the darkness beyond the windows deepening into an abyss. The customary ambient noises of the subway, the rush of air, the mechanical groans, the distant echoes all dissolved into a velvety silence, leaving solely the rhythmic throb of wheels on tracks. I found myself scrutinizing their attire, a fusion of contemporary and antiquated elements. A coat that straddled epochs, shoes that morphed between styles in my peripheral vision. Despite the overhead illumination, their face remained shrouded in darkness as though shadows were drawn to them. The stranger began to hum, a melody that eluded my ears but resonated within my chest, evoking memories of childhood lullabies and forgotten reveries. My eyelids grew heavy, yet I resisted the pull, ensnared between comfort and disquiet. Subtle alterations began to manifest within the subway car. Adverts displayed disparate images when glanced at indirectly. Metal poles bent at improbable angles, only to snap back to normalcy upon direct focus. The windows reflected scenes of gardens, libraries, and distant galaxies, scenes that defied logic. The stranger rose languidly, their movement fluid as water in zero gravity. Advancing towards me, I observed their feet hovering above the floor's surface. The air surrounding them shimmered with an opalescent sheen, akin to heat waves rising from scorching pavement. Their presence exuded an aura of ancient wisdom and boundless patience. Seating themselves across from me, a fleeting glimpse of their face revealed a visage both kind and ancient, familiar yet impossible to capture. Their voice, akin to wind through autumn foliage, uttered without moving their lips, murmured, "You perceive beyond the ordinary." rare to find one awake at this hour within reality's realm. I yearned to reply, to voice the myriad inquiries swirling within, yet found myself engulfed in a profound tranquility. The train's gentle sway metamorphosed into a cradle, the darkness beyond the windows transmuting into a tender embrace. The stranger's presence ceased to evoke fear, transforming instead into a reunion with a long-lost friend whose name lingered just beyond memory's reach. Upon reopening my eyes, I found myself alone in a subway car. The fluorescent lights hummed with customary harshness, adverts promoting standard wares. The air reverted to its normal temperature, the subway's symphony resuming its familiar cadence. However, a subtle iridescence clung to my attire in the window's reflection, akin to dewdrops on a spider's web. Nestled in my pocket was a ticket stub, unrecalled in its acquisition, inscribed with characters of an unknown alphabet that I comprehended inexplicably. Henceforth, during my nocturnal subway sojourns, I keenly observed my fellow passengers. Occasionally, under the perfect illumination, I glimpsed blurred outlines and lingering echoes. And on rare occasions, a distant hum reverberates not in my ears, but in my core, a reminder that reality is far more fluid than envisioned, particularly in the twilight spaces betwixt here and there, betwixt wakefulness and slumber. Story 29. Venturing into a mansion forsaken by time, I was met with a profound silence that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. In the vast entryway, adorned with portraits obscured by dust and drapes weathered by age, the hush whispered of bygone days. Each creak of the decaying floors and every breath of wind through shattered windows murmured tales long kept hidden, beckoning me to listen. The waning light of the late afternoon filtered through worn curtains, casting elongated shadows that waltzed upon faded wallpaper. My footfalls murmured softly as I delved further into the manor, the gentle settling of dust motes in the air harmonizing with each step. The musty aroma of aged wood and forgotten memories enveloped me with every inhale, while distant whispers of branches caressing windows crafted a subtle melody in the tranquility. My curiosity led me to a grand staircase, its once regal banister now dulled by the passage of time. As I ascended, my hand tracing the smooth wood, I observed something peculiar. The dust beneath my touch seemed to vanish, leaving behind gleaming sections as if freshly polished. Despite the chill that lingered throughout the mansion, the wood exuded a warmth that defied logic. The second level unveiled a lengthy corridor flanked by closed doors. Here, the silence shifted into a dense, anticipatory aura, akin to the pause between heartbeats. I noticed a subtle change in temperature as I passed each door. Some areas radiated a gentle heat, while others cradled pockets of cool air, prompting me to draw my jacket tighter. A slightly ajar door caught my attention, offering a glimpse into an ancient study bathed in the amber hues of twilight. Rows of books adorned the walls, their aged spines hinting at the wisdom they held. A sturdy wooden desk commanded the room's center, its surface dusted except for a solitary clear patch, a perfect circle, as though an object had been recently moved. Approached the desk, the floorboards sighed beneath my weight, the chair behind it angled as if vacated mere moments before. Within the dust-free circle on the desk's surface, I discerned a faint impression of writing, visible only when caught in the right light. Drawing closer, I deciphered the words, "We never truly leave." As the sun descended, elongating shadows across the study's floor, I sensed subtle shifts in the room's ambience. Gentle currents seemed to drift through the air, though no windows were ajar. Books emitted soft, settling sounds, their pages rustling as if turned by unseen hands. Seating myself in the chair, I ran my fingers along the smooth wood grain of the desk. The room's temperature had settled into a comforting warmth, distinct from the cool dampness elsewhere in the house. In the midst of that room, time transcended its usual constraints. Minutes or hours slipped by as I absorbed the surrounding atmosphere. The encroaching darkness outside the windows bore no menace. Instead, it enveloped the study like a familiar embrace, fostering an intimate connection. The dust motes twirling in the fading light wove intricate patterns that resembled writing or faces, ever shifting beyond focus. As night cloaked the mansion entirely, a remarkable occurrence transpired. The dust-free circle on the desk emitted a faint luminescence, barely perceptible yet undeniably present. The glow pulsed rhythmically, akin to a heartbeat, causing the room's temperature to fluctuate subtly with each pulse. The words "we never truly leave" shimmered in the dimness. Driven by an inexplicable urge, I reached out, placing my hand within the glowing circle, and a profound tranquility washed over me. The silence of the mansion metamorphosed into a melodic symphony of sound, a harmony of whispers and creaks that had always lingered, now truly heard. Each sound held a narrative, recounting the tales of all who had occupied this space before me. Upon rising to depart, I noticed my watch had ceased its ticking at some point during my reverie. The darkness of the house now bore a different weight, a presence rather than a mere absence of light. As I retraced my steps through the hall and descended the stairs, I realized that the mansion's silence was never void. It brimmed with stories awaiting a listener keen enough to discern their whispers. I often contemplate revisiting that mansion, to once again sit in that study as twilight descends. At times, in the quietude of my own home, I catch faint echoes of that musical silence, a reminder that spaces harbor more than memories. They cradle shards of all the souls who have passed through, lingering in the dust and shadows, yearning for acknowledgement of their enduring warmth. Story 30. As I sifted through the ancient artifacts in my attic, a forgotten treasure revealed itself to me: an antique radio, its dial worn smooth by time, its speakers a silent testament to decades gone by. But one hushed evening, under the cloak of darkness, it stirred to life, crackling with a quiet insistence that drew me closer. From the static emerged faint, fragmented voices and melodies, carrying with them the essence of aged metal and dreams lost to the sands of time. Each note whispered a tale of a past longing to be revisited, a yearning for remembrance. Intrigued by this unexpected awakening, I found myself irresistibly drawn to the attic, a space suffused with a certain enigmatic charm. Dust motes pirouetted in the slender moonbeams that filtered through the narrow window, casting a spell of ethereal beauty upon the worn wooden floorboards that creaked softly beneath my feet. In a secluded corner, the radio perched on an old oak table, its mahogany surface weathered by years of loyal service, a silent witness to bygone eras. With each passing twilight, when the sky was painted in delicate watercolors, I settled into the embrace of a worn leather armchair beside the radio. The ritual unfolded seamlessly, as natural as the ebb and flow of breath turning the brass dial, witnessing the soft amber glow of the vacuum tubes casting their warm light and waiting. Sometimes the radio remained mute, offering only the gentle hiss of static akin to a soft rain falling. Yet on those special nights when the air hummed with potential, something magical transpired. The music would tiptoe into existence, not with a sudden clamor, but rather a gradual unveiling from the veil of white noise, akin to a photograph developing in the darkroom's alchemy. The melodies were a tapestry of enchantment waltzes that floated weightlessly, jazz pieces redolent of long-forgotten smoke-filled rooms, and ethereal voices singing in languages unfamiliar yet strangely known. One autumn evening, with the wind whispering through the trees outside, a subtle shift occurred in the radio's transmissions. Amidst the musical tapestry, words began to crystallize, soft and resonant, Remember the garden, remember the dance, remember the promise. The voice defied categorization, neither distinctly male nor female, young nor old, but brimming with a warmth that stirred a sense of recognition deep within me. Intrigued by this mysterious communication, I embarked on documenting these transmissions in a journal, noting the lunar phases, the weather patterns, and any semblance of a hidden pattern. The pages burgeoned with descriptions of songs that seemed to echo my innermost thoughts, of voices that spoke of memories foreign yet intimately familiar. The radio appeared privy to secrets my past, my aspirations, the silent yearnings veiled from the world. Winter descended, cloaking the world in longer nights and earlier dusks. The attic grew colder, yet I remained cocooned in the melodic embrace the radio tendered. At times, I would drift into slumber in the armchair, only to awaken hours later to find the radio still serenading the night, its ethereal harmonies weaving themselves into the fabric of my dreams. In those liminal moments betwixt wakefulness and sleep, I almost glimpsed the spectral forms behind the voices, their essence as transient as smoke in the dim luminescence. The pinnacle of revelation unfurled on a night shrouded in snowfall, where the world slumbered beneath a blanket of hushed white. The radio, with eerie precision, recounted details of my childhood long relegated to oblivion: the hue of my inaugural bicycle, the moniker of a cherished pet, the melody my grandmother hummed while baking. Rather than evoking fear, this unearthed memories imbued me with a profound tranquility, as if I were being tenderly reminded of my essence. With the passage of months, subtle metamorphoses insinuated themselves into my daily existence. Colors bloomed more vibrantly, memories etched themselves more vividly, and dreams unfurled with newfound significance. The radio's influence transcended the enigmatic broadcasts, kindling a dormant ember within me. Unfamiliar melodies hummed on my lips, their cadence as familiar as my own heartbeat. Some nights the radio would fall into prolonged silence, prompting contemplation on the fabric of reality itself. How many unseen layers coexisted alongside us, intangible yet present? How many frequencies of existence interwove just beyond the periphery of our perception? The radio ceased to be a mere contraption, evolving into a portal proffering glimpses into realms that mirrored our own. I abstained from dissecting the radio or probing its inner workings. An unspoken intuition guided me, suggesting that its enchantment, should it be deemed as such, resided not in its mechanical components, but in the ethereal interstice between reality and reverie. Perhaps the radio itself was not the anomaly, but rather a conduit that facilitated attunement to frequencies latent within myself. As I transcribe this chronicle, the radio continues its nocturnal serenades, its mysteries veiled yet captivating. I've learned to cherish the questions unanswered, for they harbor a profound wisdom. Amidst the gentle static interspersing the melodies, within the whispered words that straddle the threshold between messages and memories, I've unearthed a different verity, one that speaks not to the intellect, but to the heart that recalls what it has never consciously known. The amber luminescence of the vacuum tubes has metamorphosed into my nightly beacon, and the soft crackle of the speaker weaves a symphony into the tapestry of my dreams. Sometimes, on the cusp of slumber, I muse on the possibility that elsewhere another soul is attuned to their own enigmatic radio, entwining the echoes of my existence with theirs, all tethered by silent waves of sound and memory, waltzing eternally through the nocturne. Story 31. In the midst of a sudden downpour on an otherwise unremarkable evening, I sought refuge under the shelter of an awning to evade the relentless rain. The droplets drummed a hypnotic beat on the pavement, creating a soothing symphony amidst the chaos of the storm. Within that cacophony, a delicate, urgent whisper danced through the air, carrying with it a promise of hidden truths waiting to be unveiled by the storm's embrace. The cool, damp breeze carried the scent of fresh rain and distant thunder, enveloping me in a sense of calm mystery. The whispered words, barely audible yet distinct, beckoned me with a familiarity that stirred memories of bedtime tales spun by my grandmother's gentle voice. As the rain continued its rhythmic dance, the whisper grew stronger, as if a ghostly presence lingered just beyond my reach. I turned, expecting to find a figure behind me, but instead, only shadows and the encroaching night greeted my gaze. The street lamps flickered to life, casting a soft glow that illuminated the misty air, creating an ethereal ambience that seemed to amplify the mysterious call. Drawn by an inexplicable pull, I ventured into a narrow alley nestled between weathered brick buildings. Despite my usual skepticism, there was an undeniable allure in the air that compelled me forward, guided by the whisper that resonated with ancient secrets waiting to be uncovered. The rain eased into a gentle mist as I traversed the alleyway, the warmth of the brick walls juxtaposing the cool evening air. Each step echoed softly in the shallow puddles, creating mesmerizing ripples that mirrored the play of light above. The alley eventually opened into a secluded courtyard, shielded from prying eyes by the surrounding structures. At the heart of the courtyard stood an ancient fountain, its weathered stone exuding an aura of timeless wisdom. Water cascaded from its spout in a melodic harmony with the rain, enveloping the space in a tranquil symphony. The whispered voice, now emanating from the fountain itself, grew more insistent as I drew closer. Clusters of delicate blue flowers adorned the fountain's base, their petals radiating a soft, otherworldly glow that pulsed in harmony with the falling water. These blooms, like no others I had seen before, appeared to exist outside the constraints of time, embodying a paradox of ancient wisdom and newfound beauty. Kneeling beside the fountain, I felt a surge of recognition that defied rational explanation. Faint markings adorned the stone's surface, their shifting forms resembling a language lost to the ages. As my fingers traced the symbols, they seemed to morph and rearrange, as if responding to a long-forgotten incantation. The whisper transformed into coherent words, weaving tales of memories and prophecies that ebbed and flowed like the water in the fountain. It spoke of past visitors who had been drawn to this mystical sanctuary throughout the centuries, each lured by the same enchanting call on rainy nights. In the fountain's shimmering pool, I glimpsed reflections that defied logic, offering fleeting visions of lives and moments long past. Each image, ephemeral as a dream, dissolved into the watery depths, leaving behind a ghostly imprint of history and mystery. The blue flowers continued their gentle pulsing, casting ethereal shadows that danced across the courtyard walls. Time seemed to bend and sway in this hidden oasis, flowing like molasses, unhurried and serene. Amidst this tranquil reverie, the whispers enveloped me like a familiar lullaby, soothing and serene. As the rain persisted in its gentle descent, veiling the courtyard in a curtain of silver droplets, I felt no urge to depart, no fear of the encroaching darkness. The secrets whispered to me, though fleeting and enigmatic, left an indelible mark on my soul, a reminder of the mysteries that lurk just beyond the veil of perception. When I finally rose to depart, a single blue flower detached itself from the fountain and floated into my outstretched hand. Its luminous glow had dimmed to match the natural world, yet it retained a quiet beauty that spoke of unseen wonders and hidden truths. The whispers faded as I retraced my steps through the alleyway, but their presence lingered like a fond memory, a gentle embrace in the depths of night. Emerging onto the familiar street, now bathed in the afterglow of the rain, I knew that I had been forever changed by the enigmatic allure of that hidden courtyard. Even now on rainy evenings, I catch a faint echo of those whispers carried on the wind, a reminder of the mysteries that dwell just beyond our grasp. The blue flower, now perched on my windowsill, appears unassuming to the casual observer, yet in the quiet of night, it pulses with a soft light that whispers of promises made in the rain, of secrets waiting to be unraveled by those attuned to the whispers in the storm. Story 32. On a misty evening, I found myself wandering along a weather-beaten pier that extended into a bay veiled in fog. The air was filled with the soothing sounds of waves lapping against the pilings and the distant calls of seabirds. In the midst of this serene setting, a mysterious melody drifted through the mist, a harmonious collaboration between the wind and water, creating a symphony of secrets. The scent of salt and aged wood intertwined, enveloping the pier in an atmosphere of quiet mystery, as if nature itself had orchestrated a concert for me alone. With each step I took along the aged planks, the fog enveloped me like a soft, gray shroud. The time-worn boards creaked softly beneath my feet, adding a rhythmic undertone to the ethereal music that seemed to echo from all directions at once. The haunting yet comforting melody, akin to a forgotten lullaby, played on invisible strings, captivating my senses. The lanterns lining the pier cast a warm amber glow through the mist, creating swirling halos that danced with the evening breeze. As I gazed upon the railings, a peculiar sight caught my eye. They appeared to vibrate ever so slightly, resonating with the enigmatic music that filled the air. When I reached out to touch the smooth, weathered wood, a subtle tremor pulsed through my fingertips, as if the pier itself was alive with the song of the sea. Here, time seemed to flow differently, the outside world fading into obscurity behind the encompassing fog. As I ventured deeper into the mist, the symphony evolved, growing more intricate. What had started as a simple melody now intertwined with the whispers of wind through unseen crevices, the rhythmic percussion of water against the pilings, and faint echoes of voices singing in perfect harmony. At the far end of the pier stood an ancient gazebo, its Victorian architecture barely visible through the swirling mist. Like a phantom emerging from the fog, its weathered dome loomed before me. As I drew closer, the mysterious music swelled to a gentle crescendo, filling the air with a mesmerizing melody that seemed to emanate from the very structure itself. The gazebo's ornate railings resembled the pipes of an organ, each hollow post contributing its own unique note to the ethereal composition. Inside, intricate patterns danced across the wooden ceiling, spirals and waves shifting in the flickering lantern light. A weathered brass plaque, nearly obscured by time, bore the faint inscription, "In memory of the symphony," hinting at a bygone era. Seated on an old wooden bench within the gazebo, I surrendered to the enchanting music that surrounded me. The mist swirled in time with the melody, forming ethereal shapes that seemed to dance in the shifting light. I found myself swaying gently, entranced by the peaceful rhythm of this inexplicable performance. As night descended, the air retained a warmth that defied the usual chill of the waterfront. The lantern light pulsed in harmony with the music, illuminating the carved patterns above in a mesmerizing display of light and shadow. In this liminal state between reality and reverie, I realized that the pier itself was a grand instrument, crafted by nature's hands to produce a symphony of its own making. The worn plaque took on new significance, suggesting that this pier was not merely a utilitarian structure but a tribute to something long forgotten. Each evening, under the right conditions, it would unfurl its symphony for those willing to listen, a testament in music rather than marble. As I prepared to depart, the melody followed me, fading gradually with each step, but lingering in my memory like a half-remembered dream. Even upon reaching solid ground, the echo of that mysterious music resonated within me, a reminder of the beauty found in life's unexplained wonders. Sometimes, on misty evenings, I return to that pier, knowing that the symphony will greet me once more, ever-changing yet constant in its allure. It remains a mystery left unsolved, a gentle reminder of the ineffable experiences that enrich our lives. The lingering question remains, was it a natural phenomenon, an acoustic anomaly born of wind and architecture? Or had I stumbled upon something extraordinary, a piece of history preserved in the timeless notes of a symphony conducted by the sea itself? Story 33. In the depths of my home, nestled among forgotten treasures, I stumbled upon a locked drawer hidden within an ancient desk. With a touch of determination, I coaxed the drawer open, revealing a carefully folded note resting inside. The paper, weathered and tinged with age, bore the traces of elegant script that beckoned to unveil a long-concealed tale of the house's enigmatic past. A faint aroma of cedar and ink wafted from the note, weaving a veil of intrigue around me, drawing me closer to decipher its secrets. As I gingerly unfurled the delicate parchment, a hushed murmur of antiquity filled the room, intertwining with the soft glow of twilight seeping through delicate lace curtains. Shadows pirouetted gently across the worn surface of the desk, casting a tranquil ambience that hung in the air, reminiscent of the calm before a gentle rain. The note commenced with a date from a bygone era, penned with flowing elegance that whispered of a forgotten time. My dearest friend, it began, I bear a burden that weighs heavy on my soul. Each word held me captive, each sentence a thread in a tapestry of mystery. The writer recounted a series of peculiar occurrences within the walls of the house, ghostly footfalls echoing in empty corridors, inanimate objects shifting mysteriously, and the enigmatic arrival of fresh blooms in a vase every full moon. Enthralled, I sank deeper into my chair, enthralled by the narrative unfurling before me. The note spoke of a clandestine chamber concealed within the house, veiled by walls that harbored untold secrets. Within this hidden sanctuary lay not treasures of gold or jewels, but a trove of memories suspended in time. The steady tick-tock of the grandfather clock marked the passage of time as I delved further, its pendulum swinging in a mesmerizing cadence. The writer divulged the discovery of an ancient journal secreted within the walls, chronicling the lives of the house's original denizens. Yet these were no ordinary accounts. They wove tales of shared dreams spanning generations, of whispered dialogues that defied the constraints of time. As darkness cloaked the world beyond my windows, I kindled an antique brass lamp, casting a warm radiance upon the pages. Intriguingly, the note revealed symbols etched discreetly along various doorframes throughout the house, symbols I had overlooked as mere ornamentation. To the writer, these symbols formed a cryptic map, guiding the way to the concealed chamber. My fingertips traced the edges of the parchment as I absorbed the writer's quest to decipher these mysterious glyphs. Certain symbols waxed and waned with the phases of the moon, hinting at a cosmic alignment beyond comprehension. Outside, the gentle rustle of wind through the trees painted a tranquil backdrop as shadows danced upon my walls. The writer's conviction grew that the house itself pulsated with memories, not in a menacing guise, but as a tender custodian of bygone tales. Drawing closer to the note's conclusion, the writer unveiled a revelation of dreams that transcended reality, vivid memories of the house's past materializing in slumber. A woman in a sapphire gown graced these dreams, her silent smiles pregnant with unspoken wisdom. The final passage bore a riddle shrouded in mystique. When the midnight bells toll 13 times and moonlight caresses the seventh step, the path shall unveil itself to those who listen with their hearts. Breath held in anticipation, I absorbed these enigmatic words, attuned to the whispered symphony of my dwelling, the time-worn creaks, the murmurs of wind, the elusive whispers of time. The note concluded abruptly, leaving me with a tapestry of uncertainties. As I carefully folded the parchment, a faint sketch caught my eye, a geometric pattern tinged with familiarity, though its origin eluded me. Glancing up, I noticed the room had dimmed, save for the warm glow of the lamp. The house, once a mere edifice, now exuded a sentient aura, a reverent guardian of untold narratives. Returning the note to its resting place, I refrained from locking the drawer, sensing this was but a prelude to a grander enigma, unfolding like the gradual ascent of dawn. Enveloped in the deepening dusk, I pondered the possibility of encountering the woman in the blue dress in my dreams, and the enigmas she might unveil in the silent hours of night. The grandfather clock's gentle ticking persisted, while in the distance a church bell tolled. Counting the chimes absent-mindedly, my thoughts lingered on the enigma of the note. And as the last echo faded into silence, a whisper of fabric brushed my senses, akin to the rustle of a sapphire gown drifting through an empty chamber. Story 34. In a rare moment of curiosity, I found myself inside a dilapidated theater, its grandeur now faded into whispers of the past. Sitting in the dimness of the auditorium, a hushed laughter, barely audible, danced through the empty rows, intertwining with the ancient aroma of velvet and decay. The theater, a relic of applause and merriment, seemed to retain a spectral presence, a lingering echo of bygone days. Drawn to this forgotten place by tales of its peculiar charm, I ventured in through groaning wooden doors, crossing a threshold into a realm suspended between memories. Dust particles pirouetted in beams of light, casting ethereal patterns that swirled like phantoms performing a silent ballet. The worn red velvet seats, though worn, exuded a faded elegance, carrying within their fibers a tapestry of tales of laughter, love, and enchantment spun over countless evenings. Beneath the musty air, hints of old perfume and makeup powder lingered, evoking the essence of performers long vanished. As my eyes adjusted to the twilight, subtle movements flickered at the edge of my vision. The heavy drapes on the stage would sway sporadically, defying the absence of a breeze, accompanied by soft footfalls that traced a phantom waltz across the boards. Within the quietude, more sounds emerged, the gentle groan of floorboards as if welcoming invisible actors to their roles, and the whisper of pages turning, akin to a hidden prompter revisiting a script. These sounds, not eerie but soothing, enveloped me in a quilt of reminiscences. Time meandered languidly in this sanctuary. Minutes elongated into hours as I sat immobile, absorbing the theater's tranquil sonnet. The waning daylight painted elongated shadows over the vacant seats, morphing them into silhouettes, a specter of a captive audience, their forms suggesting refined attire and meticulously styled hair. The laughter that had greeted me earlier resurfaced, accompanied by a faint, muffled applause, distant yet intimate, like a whisper on the wind. Closing my eyes, I surrendered to the melodic echoes. Upon reopening them, a fleeting vision of a dress fluttering behind a pillar teased my sight, catching a glimmer of light before vanishing. With nightfall's approach, the theater stirred with a newfound vitality. The temperature fluctuated, unexpectedly warm patches followed by cool currents, as if unseen phantoms brushed past. The dormant stage lights, dormant for ages, emitted a subtle luminescence, barely discernible yet undeniably present. I found myself drawn to the stage. Each creak of the wooden steps reverberated through the void as I ascended, confronting the sea of unoccupied seats that somehow felt occupied. The air thrummed with anticipation, akin to an audience holding its breath before a performance's opening act. From this focal point, overlooked details emerged. Trinkets scattered in the wings, a tarnished mirror, a lone glove, a weathered script with pages aged and curled, arranged as if their owners had momentarily stepped away. The mirror's aged surface occasionally reflected fleeting images, snippets of motion, hues of color, vanishing before my focus could capture them. When I finally summoned the courage to speak, my voice barely rose above a whisper. "Is anyone there?" The words lingered, swallowed by the shadows beyond the stage. The reply was not immediate, but a gradual crescendo of subtle sounds, the rustle of fabric, distant murmurs, the soft patter of footsteps, weaving a symphony akin to an unseen orchestra reaching its zenith. Standing there, a realization dawned upon me. The theater was not devoid, but brimming with echoes, not merely of sound, but of moments, emotions, and experiences. Each performance, every chuckle, every tear shed in a poignant scene had etched its essence, crafting layers of memory rendered tangible in the hush. The laughter, once enigmatic, now felt jubilant, appreciative, born of genuine enjoyment and mirth. It seemed as if the theater itself had absorbed these fragments of joy, releasing them sporadically into our realm, like notes from a self-playing music box. As dusk descended, I knew it was time to depart. Traversing the aisles, a gentle resistance seemed to impede my exit, as if the theater yearned to detain me a moment longer. The doorway loomed farther, the path meandering through shadows previously unseen. Upon finally reaching the threshold, I cast a final glance backward. In that fleeting moment, the theater materialized in its former splendor, seats brimming with shadowy forms, lights aglow, curtains quivering with anticipation. Yet as swiftly as it materialized, it dissipated, leaving behind the familiar emptiness. Stepping outside, a revelation dawned upon me. The theater was not vacant but replete, teeming with narratives, reminiscences, frozen instants. And sometimes, if one listens intently, these tales resound once more, an eternal spectacle for an audience of one. The laughter lingered, a reminder that certain places are never truly forsaken, but lie in wait, amassing memories, until someone arrives who knows how to hearken to the joyous echoes lingering in the shadows. Story 35. Deep within the confines of time-stained boxes in the attic, a hidden canvas unveiled itself, nestled behind a weathered trunk. The painting, still in the throes of creation, captured a figure undergoing a metamorphosis, a delicate dance of light and shadow, with features that stirred a sense of uncanny recognition. The air in the attic hung heavy with the scent of aged paper and memories etched in the crevices of time. As my gaze lingered on the intricate brush strokes, a whisper of familiarity brushed against my consciousness, as if the portrait held secrets of a bygone era I had never lived. Nestling into a worn wooden chair, I watched as specks of dust pirouetted in the slender ray of light that filtered through the attic window. The portrait seemed to shimmer in the ethereal glow, its edges blending into the canvas like watercolors bleeding into ancient parchment. Within the portrait, the face existed in a liminal space, both tangible and elusive. Some features stood out with crystalline clarity, while others faded into the realm of obscurity, hinting at an interruption in the artist's handiwork. The gentle creaks of the old house provided a comforting backdrop, lulling me into a state of contemplation as my fingertips traced the weathered frame, each groove whispering of years long past. There was a depth in the eyes of the portrait that beckoned me closer, painted with a precision that seemed to transcend the boundaries of the canvas. As twilight descended upon the attic, bathing the room in a golden hue and casting elongated shadows across the floor, a subtle shift in the air heralded the approach of autumn, carrying with it a crisp, invigorating scent. Softly I began to speak to the portrait, as though confiding in an old friend, sharing musings and memories in the dimming light. With each passing moment, a peculiar quality of the painting revealed itself. The brush strokes took on a fluidity, changing direction with the shifting angles of observation, offering glimpses of alternate interpretations, a smile here, a hint of melancholy there. In the timeless expanse of the attic, where hours melted into fleeting minutes, I stumbled upon a faded inscription behind the portrait: "Remember, the light changes everything." The elegant yet wavering script seemed to bridge a connection between myself and the enigmatic artist who had left their creation unfinished, suspended in a perpetual state of becoming. Drawing forth old journals and photographs from the depths of the house, I laid them out on the dusty floor around the portrait, each artifact hinting at the identity of the subject but yielding no definitive answers. The house whispered its ancient secrets, a language just beyond my grasp, as I sought to unravel the enigma shrouding the unfinished masterpiece. On restless nights, guided by the pull of the moonlight, I ascended the narrow stairs to commune with the portrait. Bathed in the silvery glow, the canvas seemed to come alive, emitting whispers that evoked half-remembered lullabies from childhood. In these quiet interludes, the portrait transformed before my eyes, its unfinished features morphing in tandem with my shifting emotions. The eyes, a masterpiece in their own right, followed divergent paths, reflecting the ebb and flow of my innermost thoughts. During tranquil nights, they gazed out towards the window, mirroring the starlight above. Amidst raging storms, they turned inward, pondering mysteries beyond my ken. The portrait, a mirror of the soul, unraveled layers of buried emotions and dormant memories, weaving a tapestry of shared narratives in the hushed embrace of the attic. With each passing season outside the attic window, a realization dawned upon me: the unfinished nature of the painting was not a flaw but a deliberate choice, a testament to the fluidity of existence. Completion would have frozen the subject in a singular moment, stifling the evolution that thrived in the perpetual state of transformation. I relinquished the pursuit of unraveling the portrait's origins, assuming the role of its custodian, safeguarding the delicate equilibrium between revelation and mystery. The attic metamorphosed into a sanctuary where time wavered, blurring the boundaries between observer and observed, much like the unresolved edges of the painting. Years drifted by, yet the ritual endured. I ascended the stairs to commune with the portrait, sometimes with a notebook in hand to chronicle the ballet of light and shadow across the canvas, the ever-shifting landscapes of the unfinished portions. But mostly I sat in companionable silence, enveloped by the enigmatic presence that had woven itself into the fabric of my existence. The portrait remained incomplete, a testament to its eternal evolution, a reflection not only of itself but of those who beheld it. The mystery, I realized, was not a puzzle to be solved, but an experience to be embraced, one quiet moment at a time, in the soft, dust-laden glow of the attic's embrace.